Sveiki, mėly bičiuliai. Sveiki, mėly užsienio.
Hello, dear friends. Hello, our guests from abroad who have come to Vilnius during this nice spring day. I'm Rasa Čapaitienė, I'm Professor of European Humanities University, and I'm working on the topics of various cultural heritage points. And today we are living during the times when the traditional family can actually become the valuable of the cultural heritage. However, not always protected. Today we are having a global, impressive event. We have also guests from the US. So without much ado, let's start this international conference and let's give floor to a Catholic priest who is the former Soviet dissident who back in Soviet times disseminated the Lithuanian Catholic Church Chronicle during Soviet times undercover, and who up to now is a dissident because regretfully we have to further defend fundamental values. So esteemed priest Robertas Grigas is given the floor for the opening word. Esteemed guests from Lithuania and from other countries that are close to us from the historical and spiritual viewpoint. Dear organizers of the conference asked me to say a prayer so that we could concentrate. Perhaps many of us are close to the highest ideas and the spiritual dimension we're calling known as God. Therefore, I'm asking you to pray. Let's pray also for the aims of our conference. Prayer is said.
Kurį mes tėvu vadiname, tu pašaukei į buvimą mūsų pasaulį ir norėjai, kad žmonės sukurti pagal tavo paveikslą, kaip vyrai ir moterys, jungtųsi santuokoje į šeimas, pradėtų naują gyvybę šeimose, per šeimas pratęstų ir atnaujintų mūsų tautų ir žmonijos gyvenimą. Tu matei, kad tai yra gera ir kad žmogiškos gyvybės džiaugsmas, kūryba ir prasmė būtų perduodama į ateitį. Dieve, tu matai visus destrukcijos iššūkius, kurie kyla šiandienos pasaulyje, mūsų šalyse, žmogaus gyvybei ir orumui, jau motinų įsčiose, ligoje, valdančiųjų sukeltuose karuose ir senatvėje. Tu matai visas nedoras pastangas suluošinti vyrų ir moterų tapatybės, atimti tėvo ir mamos sudaromą šeimą iš vaikų, užnuodyti jau pačią vaikystę per švietimą ir masinę kultūrą brukamomis liguistomis ideologijomis. Matome įnirtingas pastangas pakeisti jau pačią šeimos kaip vyro ir moters prigimtinio ryšio sampratą, pakeisti gyvybės, gimdymo, gyvenimo tęstinumo galią surogatiniais dariniais. Suprantame, Tėve, kad šis griovimo ir mirties kelias veda į degradaciją ir jau matome aiškius jos požymius žmonijoje ir savo tautų kasdienybėje. Suteik, Dieve, mums išminties šiam neteisybės puolimui atsispirti ir pasipriešinti. Suteik meilės branginti ir saugoti šeimos, vyro ir moters kuriamo gyvenimo ryšio vertybę. Mokyk mus, gerasis Tėve, telktis ir vieningai veikti, kad tavoji tiesa vėl padarytų mus laisvus, kad mirties tamsą įveiktų gyvenimas. Amen. Thank you very much. Mėly bičiuliai, konferencijos rengėjai pristatė mane kaip antisovietinio lietuvių pasipriešinimo dalyvį. Ir tai keistų būdų yra susiję ir su mūsų dabartimi. Mes vietos žmonės žinome tą istoriją, mūsų svečiams, kolegoms iš užsienio šalių ją truputį pristatysiu. Kai po ilgo ir ginkluoto ir taikaus pasipriešinimo prieš 30 metų lietuvių tautai pavyko vėl atkurti nepriklausomą valstybingumą, mes tarsi įkvėpėme daugelį dešimtmečių mums nepažintos laisvės gurkšnį. Ir keletą dešimtmečių turbūt iš tikrųjų jautėme, kad gyvename kaip orūs, laisvi asmenys ir laisva tauta. Ir mūsų išsivadavimas rėmėsi, tai sakytume, turbūt daugelyje šalių pagal žmogaus prigimties dėsnius yra panašiai, rėmėsi tais pagrindiniais 3 stulpais. Tai buvo šeima, tai yra šeimose išsaugotas krikščioniškas tikėjimas, tradicijos, kalba, prigimtinės vertybės. Tai buvo mūsų, nepaisant visų to okupacinių priespaudų ir represijų, išsaugotas tautiškumas, tautinė kultūra, lietuvybė. Ir tai buvo valstybingumo, nepriklausomo savęs tvarkymo, savęs valdymo ilgesys, kurį, nepaisant tų visų sovietinių masinių represijų, žudynių, trėmimų, išlaikė iki pat mūsų jaunesnės kartos, mūsų protėvių eilės. Tai su šita patirtimi iš tikrųjų ir skaudu, ir nejauku išgyventi, kai praėjus tiems keliems sąlyginai demokratinio laisvo gyvenimo dešimtmečiams, kai iš tikrųjų galėjome kalbėti tai, ką galvojame, laisvai išpažinti tikėjimą, reikšti įvairias nuomones, tarsi įspėjančios pavojų signalizuojančios tendencijos tiek Europoje, tiek pasaulyje, tiek mūsų tėvynėje, tarsi pamažu sugrąžino į tą jau mūsų išgyventą sovietinę okupaciją būseną. Žinote, kas domitės istorija, kad Sovietų Sąjungos okupuotoms tautoms, administraciniams dariniams būdavo vis pridedamos tokios priesagos, abreviatūros pavadinimuose Sovietų socialistinė respublika, taigi Lietuva irgi vadinosi LSSR. Ir jos savybės buvo tai, kad mes kaip tauta neturėjome kontrolės savo šalyje. Visi lemtingi sprendimai buvo priiminėjami toli, kaip vadino, stipriame centre, Maskvoje. Mūsų kalba, mūsų kultūra, tradicijos, taip pat krikščioniškasis tikėjimas buvo visaip engiamas, stengiamas pašalinti iš viešosios erdvės, viešai pajuoka ir patyčiomis menkinamas. asmuo, jo nuomonė, jo pažiūros, jo saviraiškos galimybė
Person's opinion and were denigrated, and we had no freedom of expression or the possibility to express our opinions if they were different from something that the Communist Party said. And in the best case scenario, such different opinions
karjeros atveju, jeigu drąsesni ar ryžtingesni asmenys nenusilenkdavo prievartai, toliau laikydavosi savo įsitikinimų ar pradėdavo burti panašiai mąstančius į kokias nors veiklos, pogrindžio veiklos grupės, leisti pogrindžio spaudą, apeliuoti į vakarų civilizaciją dėl savo teisių, tai buvo galima susilaukti ir įkalinimo, Sibiro tremties, mirties, arba galbūt dar blogesniu atveju buvo praktikuojama įkalinimas psichiatrinėje ligoninėje, kai žmogaus asmenybė būdavo visiškai sunaikinama, sugriaunama. Tai štai mes, tie žmonės ateinantys iš sovietinės okupacijos patirties, su nerimu pastebime, kaip mūsų tiek Lietuvoje, tiek matome ir regiono šalyse, galbūt šiek tiek išskiriant Lenkiją ar Vengriją, kur jaučiama daugiau tokios ir religinės, ir visuomeninių grupių raiškos laisvės. Ir Europoje mes matome tarsi sugrįžtant tą neigiamą sovietizmo patirtį, kai vėl daugumos visuomenės nuomonė ar valia yra nušalinama nuo realiai priimamų sprendimų. Pavyzdžiui, dauguma Lietuvos piliečių, ir tai liudija visos, net ir valdžios vykdomos apklausos, nepritarė vadinamam partnerystės įstatymui, tai yra homoseksualių porų teisių prilyginimo įstatymais vyro ir moters kuriamai šeimai. Dauguma Lietuvos visuomenės nepritarė ankstyvai vaikų seksualizacijai vykdomai per švietimą. Ir daugeliu kitų dalykų, kurie yra pasidarę dabar tarsi kultas, pavyzdžiui, tas klimato kultas, klimato kaitos ar atšilimo ar atšalimo, kur valstybės imasi visokių priemonių, dažniausiai nenaudingų piliečiams susijusių su jų didesniu apmokestinimu, išlaidomis. Bet tos visuomenės arba neseniai tos vykusios COVID pandemijos metu, kai daugelie šalių buvo vykdomos labai drastiškos prievartos priemonės, čia visai nekalba apie tai, kiek ten medicininė priemonė, skiepai, kiek jie paveikūs, reikalingi, kiek ne, bet pati valdžios politika buvo prievartinė, palenkianti asmenis visiškai valstybės kontroliai. Ir dauguma piliečių aiškiai nepritarė toms nuostatoms. Tačiau čia staiga pasirodė, kad mūsų tarsi formaliai demokratinėje šalyje mes piliečiai neturime jokių svertų įtakoti priimamus sprendimus arba pasiekti, kad mūsų valia, mūsų požiūris ar nuomonė būtų transliuojama į aukščiausias valdžios institucijas ir jas paveiktų, pakoreguotų sprendimus. Tai buvo toks šokiruojantis atradimas, kad kažkada didelėmis aukomis iškovota demokratija ir laisvė mes tarsi paleidžiame iš savo rankų, savo šalyje negalime paveikti valdančiųjų sprendimo. Su savo antisovietinės veiklos patirtimi aš matau atsikuriantį tokį jau buvusį, tai turbūt ne tik Lietuvoje, bet ir regione ir dėja Europoje ir platesnėme pasaulyje, atsikuriantį tokį monolitinį politikos, verslo, teisėsaugos ir žiniasklaidos suaugimą, tarsi tokia nepramušama, nepaveikiama konglomeratą, ar gal galima tai pavadinti oligarchija, kada nuo mūsų piliečių, kuriems turėtų tarnauti valdžia, nuomonės nelabai kas priklauso, keičiančios viena kitą, iš esmės nieko viena nuo kitos nesiskiriančios kairiosios ar dešiniosios politinės jėgos, amžinai pasiliekančios valdžioje, jau senokai vykdo irgi mums iš komunizmo laikų pažįstamą tarsi tokį klasinį visuomenės skaldymą, kada beveik viešai nesislepiant ir valdantieji žmonės ir vyraujanti žiniasklaida pasako, kad, gal taip tiesiogiai atvirų tekstų nesakoma, bet labai aiškiai leidžiama suprasti, kad esame mes, elitas, kaip senais laikais sakytų, bajorai ar aristokratai, kažkokia apšviestoji klasė, ir mes geriau žinome, kaip jums teisingai gyventi. Mes jums pasakysime, kas yra šeima, kas yra vyras, kas yra moteris, kaip jūs turėtumėt gyventi. O jeigu kažkas bando prieštarauti ar turėti skirtingą nuomonę, ištinka vėlgi tas likimas, kaip ir sovietmečio disidentus. Tokie asmenys ar jų grupės, kaip ir mūsų, sakykime, Lietuvos šeimų sąjūdis, bandoma marginalizuoti beveik viešai tiek valdžios partijų vyraujančių politinių srovių atstovų, tiek ypač žiniasklaidos lūpomis pasakant, kad tai yra nereikšminga mažuma, nors iš tikrųjų esame visuomenės dauguma, tai yra marginalai, ekstremistai, radikalai. Bandoma vėl sukelti tą priešpriešą tarp apšviestųjų, išsilavinusių ir menkiau išsilavinusių, tarp miesto ir kaimo. Miestas beveik teigiama, kad yra gėris, kaimas su jo visais atributais ar prastesniais drabužiais ar prastesniais automobiliais yra blogis. Taigi, nors oficialiai dar vis remiamasi visuotinai pripažintais demokratijos principais, bet sugrąžinama tarsi jau toji tokia klasinė visuomenė. Esame mes, valdžia, elitas, kurie pasakysime, kaip jums gyventi, ir esate jūs. Jeigu mums nepritarėte, tai tamsuomenė ir negalite turėti jokios įtakos šitos valstybės valdymui. Taigi esminės demokratijos prielaidos, kad žmonės yra lygūs ir kad visuomenė turi kontroliuoti valdžią, o ne valdantieji visuomenę, yra atmetamos. Dar nežinau, ar mūsų svečiai iš užsienio yra tai patyrę, gal kai kuriomis formomis. Vienas iš tokių nuolat eskaluojamų argumentų, kuriuo bandoma neutralizuoti arba sumenkinti šeimą ginančių visuomenės grupių pastangas, yra rėmimasis vadinamam vakarietiškom vertybėm. Vakarietiškos vertybės valdančiųjų ideologijos supratimu yra susiaurinamos tik tai iki vadinamų LGBT teisių, jų galimybės rengti paradus didžiųjų miestų gatvėse, galimybės propaguoti homoseksualumą, vadinamus netradicinius santykius mokyklose. Jeigu tam prieštaraujama arba atsakoma, kad vakarų vertybės nėra tik tai štaip siaurai suprasta nesveika ar nenatūrali lytinių santykių rūšis, tai yra atsikertama, kad mes stojame prieš vakarų civilizaciją kaip tokią, o dabar ypač Rusijos agresijos, karo Ukrainoje akivaizdoje esame dar apkaltinami, kad turbūt pritarėme Kremliaus režimui ar Putinui, kadangi Rusijos valdovai irgi oficialiai skelbėsi, kad jie palaiko tradicinės vertybės, tradicinę šeimą. Ir tokiu būdu esame pašalinami arba mėginama pašalinti iš viešojo diskurso kaip lygiaverčiai visuomenės dialogo dalyviai, ginantys savo teisingą požiūrį. Ką galėtume ar turėtume padaryti? Kai su kolegomis diskutuojame šitą situaciją socialiniuose tinkluose ar susirinkdami į savo renginius Lietuvoje, ar kaip pats sau keliu šitą klausimą, matau tik tai tą vienintelę išeitį, kurią mes naudojome jau priešindamiesi tai sovietinė okupacija ir priespaudai. Turbūt turime kiekvienas kaip asmuo ir kaip sąjūdis padaryti tai, ką galime, daryti tai, ką galime, kas nuo mūsų priklauso. Ir pasitikėti, kad galutinis rezultatas bus palaimintas Dievo. Aišku, mūsų natūralus sąjungininkas šitame vidurio rytų Europos regione yra katalikų bažnyčia, krikščioniškos bažnyčios, kurios natūraliai ar stipriau, ar kartais bailiau, silpniau, bet pasisako ir gina tradicinę šeimą, vyro ir moters tapatybę, tėvų teisę pagal savo įsitikinimus auklėti vaikus. Tai šitais tikėjimo sąjungininkais, kokių bebūtume pažiūrų, manau, turėtume remtis. Ir jeigu kartais nesulaukėme tokio atliepo, kokio norėtume, tai stengtis labiau įtraukti taip pat ir bažnyčios veikėjus į šitą, sakytume, paties žmogiškosios tapatybės gynimo kovą. Toks galbūt viltingas ženklas mūsų pastangose Lietuvoje yra prieš keletą metų, kada tas genderizmo propaganda ir šeimos griovimas labai aiškiai iškilo į politinę darbotvarkę. Buvo Lietuvos katalikų bažnyčios priimta vadinama Šiluvos deklaracija. Čia užsienio svečiams pasakysiu, Šiluva yra viena iš labai gerbiamų Lietuvos katalikų žinomų Marijos šventovių. Ir ten susirinkę mūsų vyskupai paskelbė tokią kaip deklaraciją, kviesdami prisidėti ir visuomenę, ir politikus, ir visus pritarančius, kur buvo išvardinta, sakytume, visa tai, kuo remiasi mūsų civilizacija ir žmogiškumas. Kad šeima yra vyro ir moters laisvanoriška sąjunga, kad iš jos tik tai kyla, gimsta naujos kartos ir tai yra ir tautos, ir valstybės pačios, ir žmonijos išlikimo garantas. Kad niekas, jokie valstybės įstatymai negali spręsti ar neturi naikinti žmogiškosios gyvybės abortais arba senatvėje naikinti eutanaziją, tuo dirbtiniu numarinimu. Žodžiu, buvo sudėti visi pagrindiniai dalykai, kuriuos, manau, geros valios žmonės supranta ir gina pasaulyje. Aišku, susilaukė didelio puolimo ir iš dabar valdančiųjų partijų, ir iš tos vyraujančios žiniasklaidos srovės šita katalikų bažnyčios pastanga. Bet manau, kad tai vis tiek viltingas ženklas buvo mūsų niūrokoje padangėje ir kur galime, turėtume paskatinti, paremti, gal kartais ir stumtelėti, paraginti bažnyčią, nenuleisti rankų ir šitą kryptimį darbuotis. Kita be abejo, kas mums yra svarbu, tai yra viešoji informacija, medijos. Senoviškai sakytume spauda, bet dabar jau turbūt ne spauda, internetas, socialiniai tinklai. Mes praktiškai, mūsų svečiai iš užsienio šalių turbūt paliudys savo patirtį, bet jaučiame, kad esame praradę įtaką žiniasklaidai. Visa didžioji žiniasklaida Lietuvoje pučia į vieną dūdą, tai yra palaiko tą valdančiąją genderistinę visuomenės homoseksualizacijos politiką ir viešai užsipuola, niekina arba tiesiog ignoruoja, išstumia visus kitaip manančius. Tačiau ačiū Dievui pagal tą posakį, kad kai viešpats uždaro duris, tai kažkur atidaro langą, atsirado socialiniai tinklai, interneto galimybės, daugelis alternatyvių žiniasklaidos priemonių ir ten galime išsakyti ir ginti savo pažiūras.
Where one could disclose and defend their viewpoints. And I believe that we should use these channels as actively as possible, because especially that one ideology domination is felt in the mass media sources, and the society goes away from the dominant media sources and is looking for the alternatives. Of course, as the movement and as the society, we should use the legal possibilities to change that policy, and some of our movement members entered the political contest, and some of them are already in municipal councils, but we should use any still available democratic measures. And our families, perhaps it's the closest environment to us, that's the most important reality. And families include both immediate families and wider families, so we could use to disseminate our viewpoints and unmask the untruths and the absurdities done by the governing forces. As partisans used to say, don't forget, my dear brother, what is important to our Lithuanians. True word for our guests, please do not forget things that are dear to every nation. Let's do everything we can together and apart, and let's believe that God will add something that is needed for the right changes. Thank you.
Thank you for a very comprehensive and very profound presentation. You presented the situation in Lithuania. Yes, we have a very strange paradox in Lithuania. The nation of Lithuania is vanishing, but somehow the authorities of Lithuania do everything for us to vanish, to disappear, and even we are put to the margins. 3 years ago, the family movement, well, similar ordinary people from province, from small towns, they took the initiative to stop this bulldozer of, practically disappearing Lithuania, and we are very grateful to these people. Because in the Lithuanian parliament, those major genderism initiatives have been a little bit suspended, but the authorities do not refuse to further pursue this policy. Now, I would also like to add, we decided not to take a break So if you need to go outside or to have a cup of coffee, so you can, do that during the conference, because since we have an online event, our viewers, our audience, online audience, can, provide questions. And now we will have a presentation online. Dr. Gudrun Kugler, a member of Austrian Parliament, Speaker for the Austrian People's Party for Human Rights, Vice Chair of the Human Rights Committee. So, a member of the Austrian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, and she is also Vice Chair of the OSCE PA Ad Hoc Committee on Migration and Chair of the Austrian Bilateral Parliamentary Group. So the subject is ecology of the human person, why politics should support the family.
This format. I have many ties to Lithuania and I've visited many times, so I will be coming again, and then I do hope to see you in person. For now, let me introduce myself. I'm a member of the Austrian Parliament. I'm 17 years old. For my party, I'm Speaker for Human Rights and a few other things. I'm responsible for the relationship of Austria and Serbia, and I work very closely with the OSCE. But more than any of these things, I care as a politician to protect the family. And I know that you do as well. So I just wanted to share a few words with you why this is important to me and what maybe could be done to support families. Now, I'm very much inspired by a word of the former Pope Benedict that he gave in the German Bundestag, which is the German parliament, in the year 2011. And imagine there's a German pope, a great philosopher, who speaks in a German parliament. What did he say? It's all on YouTube if you want to listen, even in English. But there's one quote that inspires me as a politician very much. And that is a passage where he says, I'm going to tell you what is the most dramatic problem Europe has. So we already kind of open our ears. What is, in his view, the most dramatic problem Europe has? So he explains it this way. He says, we have learned in the last couple of years that every living being has something that is ecological to it. Right? For example, with animals and plants, we have understood that we have to make sure that all living beings have a set of rules that helps them to flourish. For example, a polar bear needs cold weather and fish to eat and maybe icebergs that the polar bear can sit on. And a pine tree, for example, needs clean water and sun and minerals in the ground and so on and so forth. That's all clear. And Benedict says it's good that we have understood that this is important. But then we made one mistake, and that is that we could actually say the same about the human person. But with the human person, we have not understood and we do not want to hear. So there's an ecology for all living beings, and there's an ecology for animal and plants, and we understand, but there is also an ecology of the human person. And Benedict says it is the biggest problem Europe has, that we have forgotten that thought completely. Now, you could say, okay, give me examples. What is ecological for the human person? And there are a lot of examples I could give. And if you look at the traditional understanding of human rights, that is all very ecological. That a human person can freely choose a religion is ecological. That a human person can actually have private property and nobody, the state cannot come and just take it away. This is ecological. And you will see if you keep those rules, then the human person can flourish. But let's look at the beginning of life. Is it ecological that a baby that is in somebody's womb can actually be born? I guess so. Is it ecological that this baby is met with the hugest amount of love and care that you can imagine? Yes. Is it ecological that this little child gets the best possible education because it has a brain that can actually take it in? You see, all the political areas already come together in the idea what is ecological for the human person. And then you could come to contended issues where the thought is still the same. Is it ecological that a baby is being raised by the two people who actually produced it? Now, I'm totally aware that that's not possible in all cases. But can we understand as society that it makes a lot of sense when it is possible, and that we need to help and substitute and support in the cases where it's not possible? So here we talk about ecology, and I think it makes sense to all of us. For us in Austria, we have taken the thought of supporting the family very seriously, because you support the family and you'll have best conditions for everybody living together. And obviously we cannot rule into families and tell them what to do, but we can make sure that we create a set of rules that will free families as much as we can do from the political side, free them from pressure. For example, financially. So in the last few years, my government was very strong in creating rules that make it a bit easier for families financially. I give you two examples. We have made a law that allows parents to deduce children from tax as if they had a company and they were and the expenses for children were company expenses. Take them off tax. This is absolutely great and makes a huge difference for all families, and it helps a lot of families who already had a tight budget. You know, they say, oh, there's a large amount of families that when they have a third child, they would go below the rate of poverty, the line of poverty. And now this law helps them because they do not have to pay taxes anymore, or not much, that they will not slip down that below that line of poverty. We also valorized the family subsidies that we give, which means that when inflation goes up, as it most unfortunately does at the moment, also our family subsidies will automatically go up. I think this is a novelty, and not many countries have such laws, but that's examples of how Austria tries to support family in order to create best possible living conditions for children and for all people. And this is, I think, what politics needs to do. Now, there are other contended and difficult issues when you talk about what is ecological to the human person. And I'll just give you one more example. That is it not ecological that a person feels comfortable in their biological sex? And we see today that with regard to teenagers, very often, or some countries, tend to encourage teenagers to change sex, and they allow to give drugs or even do surgeries that have lifelong consequences to teenagers that are still fragile and still very young. And that is another issue where I would say it's something we have to look into very, very carefully and really make sure that we do the best possible, and that we have the best possible approach for young people. And in Austria, we try to be very careful with this, and we see other countries that have done experiments here with their young people, but that are actually already leaving that path because they've seen that when they get a little bit older, this creates so many problems. So that's just a few examples. Now, I think we can say that the political discourse with regard to marriage, family, children, and these things has been very heated over many years, even decades. And people have become very frustrated and they've said, no, I just don't want to have much to do with it. But we see today that there are many splits on issues in these different areas. For example, with regard to the transgender phenomenon, within pronounced left-wing groups, there is a split between those who support very early transitioning and those who say that's not a good thing. And also within the communities that would call themselves left-wing, they disagree on the question of prostitution or sex work, or they disagree on the harmful effects of pornography or surrogacy, for example. There's different sides. But then it goes all the way to the question of pedophilia, where opinions are very much divided. So you see that there is a lot of discussion going on, and it needs strong and brave voices. And I think that your conference is all about that. So I ask you to just be a loud and meaningful and courageous voice for children and for families, a voice for ecology of the human person, for what is ecological for the human person. And then that we together in a Europe that is our common Europe, that we together discuss these things and find maybe better ways than what we have seen in the past. And I'm looking forward to being in touch with you on all of this, and I wish you all the best for each one of you personally, and of course also for Lithuania.
Ačiū labai pranešėjai už.
Thank you for your precise and very specific aspects, especially when defining or highlighting the human ecology. Now, Veronika Przebierala, a lawyer, director of the Center of the International Law, Ordo Juris from Poland, and the title of her presentation is International Protection of Human Rights. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for being here and for the invitation. My name is Weronika Przebierała, and I have the pleasure to direct the work of International Law Center in Ordo Juris Institute in Poland. I think we can all agree that it is crucially important, especially today, to promote and emphasize the value of the family. So many thanks to the organizers for doing today's event. During my presentation, I would like to give you a brief overview of our institute, our initiatives, while at the same time I would like to show you plenty of opportunities to stand up for what we consider is important to us. And moreover, I would like to show you the progressing process of redefining in fundamental concepts such as right to life, initiated by the international organizations, including these organizations that should guarantee their protection. We are a non-governmental organization, a foundation which is funded by individual donations of citizens. Most of us are lawyers who 10 years ago decided to establish an institute as a precise tool of professionals to protect basic human rights and freedoms rooted in human dignity, the concept of which was discovered and strengthened by our Christian European culture and faith. On the screen you may see our statutory objectives. All of them derive from the principles of our constitutions. We are active in defense of human dignity, liberty, human rights, including the right to life from conception to natural death. We also protect the concept of marriage as a union between men and women, as well as the parents' rights to raise their children according to their will and conscience. And we also provide a legal assistance to those who share those values. The structure of our institute is as follows. Basically, it can be divided into two divisions. Analytical activities are carried out in the Center for Family Law and Policy, Center for Strategic Analysis, and Center of International Law, where I am directly involved. And we also, as I said, provide a pro bono legal assistance to individuals and organizations who cannot afford to pay legal fees. And we engage mostly in defense of individuals who are wronged by the legal system or by more powerful adversaries. Currently, we have 567 incoming cases. Inter alia, 76 cases in defense of the family, 46 cases regarding defense of life, 51 cases regarding defense of religion, 5 cases on academic freedom, 2 cases in the face of the good name of Poland, and 5 cases on the transition. Unfortunately, these numbers are growing year on year. The cases on the transition are completely new to us. Last year, if I remember correctly, was the first one when we received reports from people believing themselves to be victims of the transition procedure. In the analytical departments, our activities mainly include preparation of reports, scientific monographs, guidebooks. Last year, for instance, we prepared around 10. A major report on pandemic restriction for the legal, medical, and economic perspective, or a quite big monograph on abortion. We prepared around 30 legal opinion and analysis. For instance, opinion on the legal aspects of euthanasia, abortion tourism, or support of LGBT demands by foreign embassies in Poland in the view of the Vienna Convention of Diplomatic Relations. We are also active in media. We are preparing commentaries and statements. Last year it was more than 1,000 press release quoted and more than 200 statements in media. We are actually also preparing amicus curiae opinions to the Polish Constitutional Tribunal. These are legal opinions that we submit to the courts in individual cases. The 2 most high-profile recent cases we have been involved is the opinion on the Istanbul Convention. We submitted a legal opinion to on the Istanbul Convention, which in our view is fundamentally incompatible with our constitution. It is the international law, act of international law, that is the only one binding, the only one, and introducing the concept of gender. And we also submitted opinion on the abortion law to our constitutional tribunal, which ruled in 2020 that eugenic abortion is against our constitution. And currently we are also working on draft of laws. Now we are working, for instance, a draft of law on prohibition of the gender transition of children. The idea of this document is to ban in Poland and gender transition for children before 18 years old, and the draft of law on implementing the Constitutional Tribunal verdict on the conscience clause. I would like to also present our international activities and the most important actions we have taken recently. Generally, our international activities can be divided into three directions. First of all, European Court of Human Rights. We are monitoring cases before the court and filling amicus curiae opinions. I think the most important recent cases that were before the court are Fedotova and others versus Russia, where Grand Chamber ruled that the impossibility for same-sex couples to enter into marriage or at least a formal union violates Article 8 of the Convention. And the second one Mortier versus Belgium, the division into male and female sexes in law does not violate the right to privacy if it is justified by the specificity of civil status records, and the addition of the third sex would require a complete remodeling of the legal system. We are also very active in the European Union. We are monitoring the work of the European Commission, European Parliament, Council of the European Union. We are submitting legal opinions and reports as part of the public consultation organized by European Commission. For instance, we recently submitted an opinion on the project for the transnational recognition of parenthood. We are also sending memoranda, which is a short note for the members of the European Parliament before voting or before the debates that are taking place in the European Parliament. For instance, we recently sent another memorandum on the so-called free LGBT zones in Poland, or the memorandum on the situation of migrants on Polish-Belarusian border. And we are from time to time also organizing conferences in the European Parliament with MEPs from Poland, Hungary, Croatia or Spain. And of course from time to time we are also lobbying. Third direction of our activities are United Nations, where we are holding ECOSOC status. It's like a consultative status that a non-governmental organization can hold, and it allows you to take part in the work of the United Nations and a few committees. So thanks to that, we are monitoring the work of General Assembly, Economic and Social Council and its commissions. We are submitting written statements for the reports prepared by independent experts for the United Nations. We are organizing site events to the sittings in the United Nations bodies. We are taking part in the meetings of the various commissions, and we are participating in the UN consultation within the periodic review of human rights. Last year, Poland was review for the status of human rights in our country, and we took part in the meeting at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now I would like to show you, point out actually a few examples of the attempts to redefine basic understanding of the human rights, and at the same time tell you why does it matter. For instance, European Parliament resolution on the de facto ban on the right of abortion in Poland. Let me quote. Whereas access to abortion constitutes a human right, while the delaying and denying thereof constitutes a form of gender-based violence and may amount to torture and or cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment. But nevertheless, they did not point out any specific provision of the Charter of the Fundamental Rights that would guarantee such a right. Report of the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights, Women's Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights in Europe. Although, at times, attempts have been made to justify restrictions on women's sexual and reproductive health and rights with reference to a purported prenatal right to life, in fact, the right to life, as enshrined in core international human rights treaties, does not apply prior to birth, and international human rights law does not recognize a prenatal right to life. And the other one, the right to life protects women from arbitrary and preventable loss of life. Human rights mechanisms have clearly stated that the right to life will be engaged when states fail to take effective measures to address sexual and reproductive health and rights deficits that expose women to life-threatening risks. Furthermore, state action to help women prevent unintended pregnancy has also been identified as vital to ensuring women's right to life, not least as a result of the attendant risk of unsafe abortion and maternal mortality. Consequently, human rights mechanisms have expressed concern about obstacles women face in access to modern contraceptive goods and services when considering states' efforts to give effect to women's enjoyment of their right to life. Commission for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen. He basically recognized that the right to abortion arises from the right to life. The truth is, over the past 12 years, all the persons holding the position of the commissioner proved to be in favor of widening the access to abortion, even including the current one, commission from Bosnia. And the third one, general comment on the right to sexual and reproductive health. The right to sexual and reproductive health is also indivisible from and interdependent with other human rights. It is intimately linked to civil and political rights underpinning the physical and mental integrity of individuals and their autonomy, such as the rights to life, liberty and security of person, freedom from torture and other cruel, inhuman or degrading treatments, privacy and respect for family life, and non-discrimination and equality. For example, lack of emergency obstetric care services or denial of abortion often leads to maternal mortality and morbidity, which in turn constitutes a violation of the right to life or security, and in certain circumstances can amount to torture or cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment. I would like to also focus on the right to change sex and show you a few judgments and recommendations. First of all, judgment of the European Court for Human Rights. A transsexual person who has undergone surgery may claim to be the victim of the violation of his or her right to respect for private life contrary to Article 8 of the Convention due to the lack of legal recognition of his or her gender reassignment. Recommendation of the Committee of Ministers to Member States on measures to combat discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. Preconditions, including those requiring changes of a physical nature required for the legal recognition of the gender reassignment, should be regularly reviewed in order to eliminate those that are unduly severe in nature. Another quote, member states should take appropriate measures to ensure full legal recognition of gender reassignment in all areas of life, in particular by allowing the change of name, surname, and gender in official documents to be carried out in a timely, transparent, and accessible manner. Member states should also ensure, where appropriate, that key documents issued by non-state actors, such as education or employment certificates, are appropriately recognized or amended. And third, member states should take all necessary measures to ensure that following gender reassignment and its legal recognition in accordance with paragraphs 20 and 21 above, the right of transgender person to marry a person of the opposite sex to their gender after reassignment is effectively guaranteed. And the first one, discrimination values against individuals based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. It was a report prepared by the High Commissioner of the United Nations, which states, regulation in states that recognize changes in gender often impose abusive requirements as a precondition of recognition, for example, by requiring that applicants can be unmarried or undergo forced sterilization, forced gender reassignment, and other medical procedures in violation of international human rights standards. Nowadays, the creation of new human rights does not take place by formal amendment of the treaties, through their new interpretation by supernatural bodies, according to which the provision of the law change, meaning in line with the evolving views of the society. To conclude, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that although these changes have started to become particularly visible now, they began many years ago. And however, we still have many tools to counteract the redefinition of basic concepts and protect what is, I would say, most important to us. I think that no one can overlook violations of human rights and freedoms in the hope that his own right to life, dignity, freedom of expression, freedom of expression religious belief will not be violated soon after. A violation one of this freedom is a violation of the totality of freedom because it's indivisible. And therefore those who want to promote and protect human rights and freedom must promote and protect every kind of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ačiū labai už tokį išsamų šeimą ir tradicinės vertybės ginančių organizacijų teisinės veiklos ir tarptautinės veiklos aptarimą. Turime šiokių tokių pokyčių mūsų dienotvarkėje. Dėl tam tikrų aplinkybių vienas iš pranešėjų negalėjo atvykti, tačiau jį pakeičia nemažiau puikus temos ekspertas, kunigas ir mokslų daktaras Paul Sullivan iš New Yorko. Jis yra vyresnysis tyrėjas Ruth institute, taip pat katalikų socialinių tyrimų Leo iniciatyvos direktorius, taip pat dirba katalikų studijų ir politinių tyrimų institute, yra bendradarbis ir yra kapelionas vienoje iš institucijų. Jo pranešimo tema yra tos pačios lyties tėvai ir vaikų gerovė. Tikrai labai įdomi ir svarbi tema, labai politiškai jautri tema, tai tikiuosi visi klausysimės labai atidžiai. Ačiū.
So I don't like wearing a coat, but I'm going to put one on because it shows respect for the audience, right? So thank you very much. And I'll put this there. Okay, where is it? Is Tomas here? Where's my presentation? I can go. Apparently he's. Is this me here? No, that's PDF. That's PDF. Yeah, that's not the PowerPoint. That's a PDF. I'll go get mine. Yes. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. We are in business, ladies and gentlemen. It's very, very pleased, and it's a great honor for me to be with you today. When I heard that Mike Davidson my friend and colleague, couldn't come, I emailed Tomas and said, well, since he's talking about issues that I know about, maybe I could give a fill-in presentation, thinking remotely. And Tomas came back and said, well, actually, we'd love for you to come and talk about same-sex marriage. So I have some friends who say they'll support my travel if they approve, then it's worthwhile. So I said, well, they'll never approve this. It's a $2,000 plane ticket. But they emailed me back and said, yeah, great, go. So I was stuck. I got on a plane, and I'm here, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. The title of this presentation is Same-Sex Parenting and the Well-Being of Children, and I'm going to talk about that in the context of some other issues that I've heard you talk about today. And I want to give a shout out to our translators who've been doing a great job. If I didn't have my headphones on 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have known that I was going to be the next speaker, so I appreciate that very much. So Greta, I'm going to skip what you have as the first slide, and we're going to go right to the second slide. So I think it's important in a conference like this to talk about what a family is, because sometimes we can forget these basic things. The Merriam-Webster dictionary says it's the basic unit in society, traditionally consisting of two parents rearing their children. That's a pretty good definition. And that's the only definition you would have found maybe 30 years ago. They add now another definition that there are other kinds of families. But think about that, the basic unit in society. We could say that even better because, and I hope you don't mind if I speak from my Catholic faith, because that's how I think about these things, that the family is the first primordial institution in society. We call it the pre-political institution. And it's not that maybe we should think of the family as being in society, but as the society being in the family in certain important respects. But that's what it is. Now, if you look at any culture in the world, speaking, let's say, as a cultural anthropologist, almost every culture has an institution, a set of relationships that we would recognize as a family, and almost all of those institutions have three characters that we also would recognize as being part of the traditional family as we understand it. One, sexual exclusivity. When a man and a woman get married or form a family in any culture, there's an understanding that he's going to be faithful to her and her alone, and she's going to be faithful to him and him alone. Now, there are some flexibility or different understandings of that at certain times, but it's never the case that anybody can have sex with anybody they want. And that includes even polygamous kind of families. Then there's stability, usually lifelong permanence in a family. And families always have a public status. Now, these three features of the family are important. They're important for children. And so my point here in saying this is that the organization of the institution of the family in society is not in consideration of the individuals involved. It's in consideration of the children that those individuals are likely to be producing. So parental sexual exclusivity increases the children's chances of survival. People often don't think of this, but the reason families are sexually faithful is to prevent the transmission of disease. It is so that those people will survive. If you're in an age before antibiotics and people are not sexually faithful in families, a large portion of your population is going to be wiped out by sexually transmitted diseases. And so when we move away from sexual exclusivity, it may be a moral fault and a moral failing and a tragedy, and we may have our feelings hurt in many ways, but what really is dangerous is that it opens people up to diseases that they wouldn't have otherwise. Now, just to jump ahead a bit, in same-sex relationships, there is no expectation of sexual exclusivity. And particularly male same-sex relationships are almost never sexually exclusive. If we had time, I could show you study after study done by pro-LGBT scholars. They're not being critical, but they have a hard time even finding one couple that has sexual exclusivity. In some studies, one of the partners thinks they're sexually exclusive, but the other partner whom they interview separately says, no, we're not really. About 60% of gay male couples in the Scandinavian countries have written explicit agreements for the conditions under which they will have and they will tolerate sex outside of the relationship. So there is no sexual exclusivity in those gay male relationships, which are called marriages in most contexts. And so guess where we have the highest rate of new HIV, STD transmission in the industrialized world? Men who have sex with men. They're called in the literature MSM. Gay males having sex with other gay males, even when they're married, at a very high rate of partnerships, and so they have the return of these diseases that for persons who follow sexual exclusivity, they are free from them. Now, that's a long way to say that's a very basic benefit of the traditional family. Lifelong permanence assures to children the care of both of their parents through their full development. A very, very important thing. We just heard our friend from Austria underline this as important for families and for children. And then public identification ensures a connection to the child's father. We find that a connection to a father is more important for children's health than connection to a mother as they enter into maturity. Not to denigrate the connection with the mother, that's also very important, but if you had to choose between the two, a connection with the father is important, and the only way you can ensure a father's connection to their children is to make that a public connection. Why is that? Because a mother always knows whether or not that child is hers. A father doesn't know unless it's made public. And unless she says, this is your child, and makes that, and says to everyone else, this is his child. And so a father might have to wonder unless it's made open and a public declaration. So all of these are ways to secure the transfer of family resources from parents to children. Property, yes, but also love, identity, tradition, a place in the world. All of these come by way of the family. In the modern world, we have moved away from the natural family and the natural benefits of the family. And I have this like a stair step. We're stepping down from the natural design of the family, the natural design being what I've just described, two permanent biological parents caring for their own children. The closest thing we call that in the research world is intact married biological parents, which is right up here at the top. Let me see if I can get my, yeah, I love this thing. So we start there, but then in the modern world we move away. We have unmarried biological parents. They're close, but not quite the natural design. Why not? Because they're typically not as securely permanent for the children. Then we have married step parents. That's following divorce. So the great gateway problem for family decline in our age is the rise of divorce. And so after divorce, we have these step parents. It turns out that when a couple dissolves their relationship, the children undergo some trauma and have therefore higher rates of psychological difficulty if they've experienced divorce. Now, typically in the United States, the children will go with the mother. There's a presumption that the mother's better than the father to care for the child. That varies from country to country, but it's pretty much the norm in most industrialized countries. Now, if that mother gets married again, she thinks, I'm going to kind of restore normalcy to this child's life. I'm going to find them a father, and it's good that they have a father. And she gets married again, thinking that she's making things better. But what actually happens, we have found in much research, the children go through another trauma, and their psychological difficulties increase again. And so they step down further from the natural design. And then you have unmarried step-parents, of course, and then you have the single father, single mother, which steps further. And then the final step down would be to have two mothers or two fathers. So why do we look at or think about same-sex parents in comparison to the natural family? It's because if you're going to move away from the natural family, this is the furthest away that one can move. So if my typology here that I'm pointing out, as you move from natural to unnatural, you create worse emotional, psychological difficulties for children, right? Because I've said that the natural family with those three aspects, now if I was teaching a class, I'd say, what are the three aspects, just to see if you remember, but I'm sure you remember them. The natural family's three aspects are for the benefit of children, so as we move away, we would expect to see more difficulties for children, and the greatest amount of difficulties would be with same-sex parents or same-sex relationships. Researchers from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control in 2010 did a study of the National Health Interview Survey, which is the largest public health survey in the world. It's been administered since 1957 in the United States. Surveys about 100,000 persons a year, if you can imagine. So they have this huge body of data as they aggregate year upon year. And they decided to look at family structure. And what they found is the nuclear family, which is their term for a mother and father raising their own biological children. I don't like the term nuclear family. It seems a little odd to me. Makes me think of bombs going off or something, but that's what it's called. So just think intact married biological parents. And they looked at the rate, the percentage of children who had a range of difficulties, emotional difficulties, other difficulties. Now this one is actually their physical health, but the trend is the same across all family forms. And that's the percentage who had these difficulties were lowest in the nuclear family and then rose as you went through other less natural family forms. So the blended family, that's post-divorce cohabitation. They're mixing children from two families, and then the cohabiting and the extended. And so it seems to follow the trend that I would predict from the previous slide that shows that ladder going down as they step away. The largest category they found was this one called other. They just dumped everybody who didn't fit into these categories into this one. Who would most likely be in that other category? Once you've eliminated all of these family forms, who's likely to be there? Well, I'll leave you with that to think about, that the importance of the nuclear family is acknowledged widely today for opposite sex families. And here's one of the classic statements, that children are helped most in a family headed by two biological parents in a low conflict marriage. Children in every other kind of family form face higher risks of poor outcomes. But that same fact is widely denied when you're talking about same-sex parents. Here's the American Psychological Association says that the well-being of children are unrelated to parental sexual orientation. They've decided. The American Sociological Association, children raised by same-sex parents fare just as well as children raised by different sex parents. These opinions were important. for the Obergefell decision of 2015 that legalized, in a sense, same-sex marriage in the United States. As you know, same-sex marriage has been approved, is on the way to being approved in many countries of the world. This is the change in acceptance of homosexuality from 2013 to 2019 in different countries of the world. You can see that it was a high degree of change in the direction of support for homosexuality, mostly in the westernized, industrialized countries. The highest was South Africa, India, then Turkey, Japan, US, UK, other westernized countries. But it's not universal around the world. You can also see where support for homosexuality has declined. And it has declined, in fact, in this part of the world in a way. The highest decline was in the Czech Republic, but also in Russia, Germany. They don't have some of the other Eastern European countries on here, but they would be pretty much in this area of decline. So when you think, or someone says, oh, you're on the wrong side of history, everybody's moving toward acceptance of homosexuality or same-sex marriage, it's not true. What's happening is people are moving in two different directions, and that there are lots of folk in the world that are moving away from it, as along with those that are moving toward it. Here's this similar point: the number of countries that have legalized same-sex marriage as of 2021. By continent, you can see 17 countries in Europe, the highest, 9 in the Americas, 3 in the Pacific Islands, and then 1 country in Africa. Can we guess what country that is? I'll give you a hint. It's in the south of Africa. So there's a lot of resistance against this idea of same-sex marriage. Now, remember that chart from the bar chart I showed you from the CDC research showing increasing problems for children as you moved away from the natural family. Well, I took that exact same data and analyzed it separately. And what I did was, in addition to the opposite sex family forms that the CDC defined, I also defined children who are with same-sex parents. And you can see we have the same trend. Now, this is looking at emotional problems here. The emotional problems for children are the lowest if they're living with 2 married biological parents. Less than 5% of children in that setting have what are deemed to be clinically significant emotional problems. It rises with the blended family, with their cohabiting partners, single parents. And now we can tell who was mostly in that other category, because with same-sex couples, it almost doubles again from the next highest category. Emotional problems are far higher for children who are living with same-sex parents. So I analyzed this data a little more closely. I said, well, what exactly are the problems that are being put forth? So I looked at the Strength and Difficulties Questionnaire, the SDQ. It's the most widely used general measure of psychological problems for children in the world. It's on all of the WHO, World Health Organization surveys. It's on most national health surveys. And it provides a highly validated indicator or predictor, if you'd like to use that word, of child emotional problems. And I found that just looking at all of the children with opposite-sex parents, which are these dark red bars, compared with all of the children with same-sex parents, that the children with same-sex parents are a little less than 3 times as likely to show, or they're 2.5 times as likely, we should say, to show clinical emotional problems than children with same-sex parents. So I wanted to look at some other measures to see if this was a consistent finding. This is called criterion validity. If you find something on one measure, you say, well, we would expect it to see reflected in other similar measures. So here's one that looks at developmental disabilities, whether the child has been diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which is a common anxiety-related disorder for children, or if they have been assigned to having a learning disability or an intellectual disability. And that's almost twice as common for the children with same-sex parents. There's a question, has your child received medical treatment for an emotional problem, therapy, in the past year? Yes or no? And almost twice as many. Well, we'd have to say 1.7 times as many for the children with same-sex parents. The parents answered yes than with opposite-sex parents. Has your child been prescribed medication for an emotional problem in the past year? 3 times as many children with same-sex parents had been prescribed medication as had those with opposite-sex parents. So all of this gives us a picture that the children who are living with 2 parents of the same sex are much more susceptible to emotional or psychological problems than those who are not. Some of the problems that children experience don't really manifest until they're older, particularly the ones related to trauma. If a child gets severely traumatized, they may internalize that and ignore it, or we say stuff it down, and it doesn't come up until later in their life. And so I looked at another data set. This is the National Longitudinal Survey of Adolescent to Adult Health in the United States. It's one of the few gold standard longitudinal data sets in the world. It has lots of validation and measures to ensure that it's a accurate measure of the cohort that's being looked at. And so here at wave 1, which is when the children were about 15 years of age on average, I found on this data set some children who had been raised by same-sex parents. Not many of them. Notice there are only 20, right? So it's a small sample, but it's a very revealing sample. So here at wave 1, age 15, they say, are you depressed? Or actually, this was looking at the CEST, which is a common measure of depression. And we find that children with same-sex parents are no more depressed than the children with opposite-sex parents. There's no significant difference between them. But if you look at wave 4, so that's 13 years later, now the children are about 28 years old on average, you find that they are 3 times as likely to be depressed. So this is what I called late onset depression. And that was the main point of this study, but there were also suicide ideation was already high when they were younger, remained high when they were at age 28, and other measures. So again, it's a confirmation that same-sex parents really don't provide children what they need in order for their psychological flourishing. What surprised many when I published a study is that gay marriage made things worse for these children. And here is these serious emotional problems, which is another way of measuring the strength and difficulties questionnaire. And in this measure, you see that children who are living with opposite-sex married parents, just 4.6% are reporting emotional problems. We've already seen that before in another slide. If you compare them with opposite-sex cohabiting parents, it's a little worse with cohabiting parents. Well, we all know that. We expect that. If parents are married, children are going to do a little bit better than if their parents aren't married. But here you have same-sex cohabiting parents. The children are doing better if they're cohabiting than if they're married. The direction of the effect of marriage is reversed. Having opposite-sex parents get married, the children do better. Having same-sex parents who are married, the children do worse. Oops. Now, that was so surprising, I went back to the NHIS and tried to see if the same effect was true there, and it is. This is called an odds ratio. It's a measure of a comparison by percentages of the probabilities with two outcomes. And so here I'm comparing married opposite-sex parents with cohabiting opposite-sex parents. And this 1.56 tells us that the children are 1.56 times more likely to have emotional problems than compared to the reference group, which is married opposite-sex parents, okay? So it's very similar to finding 4.6 and comparing it with 7.0 in that first slide. But here, if we compare married same-sex parents, those are almost 5 times more likely to show emotional problems compared to married opposite-sex parents. And the cohabiting same-sex parents are only about 3 times more likely. So it's worse with married than with cohabiting same-sex parents. Well, you may imagine that the research establishment did not love and welcome this particular finding. In fact, they responded vociferously to denounce it, and we had other studies that came out. And so I challenged some of those other studies. And here is a chart. It's not my chart. It's from a very strongly pro-LGBT scholar who had to reanalyze his studies after I challenged it, and he came up with the same findings. In fact, so here, same-sex married is 4.16 compared to same-sex cohabiting, which is only 2.34. So the same finding, same-sex parents, it makes things a little bit worse than merely cohabiting. Same-sex married parents makes things a little worse than merely cohabiting same-sex parents. Well, this slide here updates the findings further, and I'm going to skip it because I can see your eyes starting to glaze over looking at all these charts. I don't want to bore you too much, you know. Imagine I'm making sex boring. I can do that, so let's not. We can update now. Those earlier findings were based on earlier data, only up through 2013. Well, what happened in the USA? We had the legalization nationwide of same-sex marriage in 2015. So I went back in 2020 and looked at the same survey and said, well, is there any difference now that we have lots more legitimately same-sex married persons on the file? This was part of a study that tried to show the benefits of the natural family. That was really the purpose of it. It's called the Case for Mom and Dad. And I look at all of the benefits compared to lack of benefits with having a mom and a dad, a two joint biological partners as one's parents. And that's the purpose of this chart. So the nuclear family is the reference, and you can see, these are odds ratios again, all of them are high. They're all more than 1. This intact cohabiting tells us that children with intact cohabiting parents are 1.4 times more likely to have emotional problems compared to children with just married biological parents, and so on and so forth. But what you can see is if you go here, same-sex married, they're 5 times more likely, 5.4 times more likely to have emotional problems. Same-sex cohabiting, they're only 3 times more likely. So that was my outcome here with reference to same-sex parents. Now, I didn't really advertise this much in this study. It's been out now for almost 3 years. It hasn't been attacked. I don't think they've figured out that this says something about same-sex parents, because that's not the main point of the study, but here it is. Children do worse with same-sex married parents in emotional problems and in being retained in school. So this is the probability of a child being held back a grade or more in school. It doesn't seem to affect their physical health in these data. And they're both about equally likely to have attention deficit disorder. but there are these two findings. Someday, some LGBT researcher is going to find this, and then we're going to get a strong denunciation of this study, I think. But there it is, it's hidden. Do you know, you young people probably know what an Easter egg is, right? In a video game, right? It's a hidden fact there. Well, this is an Easter egg in my psychological study here. Why might children with same-sex parents suffer higher degrees of difficulty? Well, here are some reasons. The real answer is, I don't really know. I don't think anyone knows enough about these families to be able to tell you the full answer of that. I'm going to give you some theories I have. But one thing we know is that they're far more likely to have been sexually abused. Here's the National Longitudinal Survey of Adolescent to Adult Health data. This is for abbreviation, this is often called AD Health. And here in the AD Health data, 4% of children with with opposite sex married parents report that they were sexually abused as children, compared to 38% of children with same-sex parents. So that might have something to do with it. Parental instability. Here we have the percent of couples who are still together after 5 years. This is an examination of the census by a strongly pro-LGBT scholar, but what he found was 87% of opposite-sex couples were still together after 5 years, compared to only 44% of same-sex couples. So it's half as many. So there's a lot higher instability. We know that instability, family breakup, and trauma and transience is not good for children. So that might have something to do with it. Intimate partner violence, usually called IPV, is much higher in LGBTQ partnerships. A number of studies show that. So that might have something to do with it. The intergenerational transfer of sexual orientation. Now, this used to be widely denied by the pro-LGBT scholars because they didn't want to have people think that children who grow up with homosexual parents are more likely to be homosexual themselves. But the data was so overwhelmingly strong that today they admit that. But they say, well, what's wrong with becoming homosexual? That shouldn't be seen as a problem. But this is true. I'm going to go ahead to this slide just so you see this. The percent of adolescents who have considered same-sex sexual relationships, 17% with opposite-sex parents, a man and a woman, 64%, 2/3 roughly, of children with same-sex parents have considered becoming same-sex themselves. Well, that kind of makes sense. If both of your parents are persons of the same sex, we tend to pattern our own identities and budding relationships on our parents. So that makes a lot of sense. There's a special concern, I think, for girls raised by lesbian mothers. Imagine being an adolescent female, trying to learn how to like and relate to men, and you're being raised by two women, neither of whom like men or relate romantically to men. That's a real issue, I think. And so we do have a higher rate of homosexual uptake by girls who are raised by lesbian mothers than by boys who are raised by either lesbian or gay male parents. All right, I'm going to get back on track here. I might have just messed up the translators a bit, but they're smart. They can do this. Well, this is all on the same thing. So you can look at this and read the research about this. So what's the basic reason or cause for this higher difficulty? Well, the one thing I can point to that's pretty definitive is that children with same-sex parents, it's not what they have, it's not the parents they have that's the problem, it's the parents that they're prevented from having. Because every time you have a child who is placed with, in some way, two men or two women, one thing we know is that that child has been cut off from the care of one or more of their biological parents. Now, you might have to think through this a little bit, but you know, it takes a man and a woman to produce a child. If that child is subsequently being raised by two men or two women, then either their father or their mother is out of the picture. And so that deprivation, I think, is one of the key reasons that a child with same-sex parents has higher difficulties. Now, here I'm showing you from the NHIS the percent of children in all of these different family structures who are with both of their biological parents, or one biological parent, or no biological parents. And what I want you to see that's most important is that for children who are with both biological parents, almost all children in nuclear families, and most children in other kinds of opposite-sex families, have access to both biological parents. But the percent of children who have access to both biological parents in same-sex, with same-sex parents is literally zero. There are none. And so that drives, I think, this finding here, which is the strongest finding I can show you today. Children who are, this is this measure of emotional problems, children who are living with both biological parents, just 4% report emotional problems. If they're living with just one biological parent and one step-parent or other non-biological parent, it more than doubles to 10%. If they're living with neither biological parent, they're being raised by another set of relatives, or they've been adopted by people they're unrelated to, or they're living with same-sex parents, neither of whom are, it doubles again. And so that's a hugely strong effect. Now, the only thing that could bring that about is the natural propensity for children to do better with their own biological mother and father. It's the only way you can explain that. People say, well, children need a man and a woman parent. They need complementary sexual parents. Well, I think they do, but what they really need is their own mother and father. So if you have no children in same-sex parents who are living with both biological parents, you're going to have worse emotional problems across the board. There are a lot of studies that have come out, people books that persons who have experienced growing up with same-sex parents or have struggled with same-sex attraction or homosexuality, and they report what it's like. And in most of these studies, if you look at them, they say, I missed the benefit of having a father. They sometimes say having a mother, but really having a father, because one of the little things they don't tell you about what we know about children with same-sex parents is that it's almost all children with lesbian parents. Well over 90% of studies that have been done of children with same-sex parents have really been done of children with lesbian parents. There are very few gay male parents in these studies. So these children say, my lesbian mothers were not bad parents, and most lesbian mothers I've interacted with have pretty good parenting skills. It's not any thing to criticize the way that they raise their children, but the one thing they can't offer to their children is that one of them is a man. And both boys and girls need the influence of a man in order to grow and develop naturally. They also need the influence of a woman, but most children with same-sex parents, as I said, were lesbians. Now, so my theory is that man-woman parent marriage orients the desire of adults, which is generally a sexual desire, toward the possibility of children. Because opposite-sex couples generally conceive children. Doesn't mean they always, without exceptions, do, but they generally do. And they always may conceive children. And so marriage orients their desires, socializes it, you might say, to them. And in fact, most heterosexual sexual partners are raising children. 90% of them produce children at some point in their lives. Whereas same-sex marriage does the opposite. It orients the possibility of children to the desire of adults. Because same-sex couples never are able to conceive a child naturally, and very few of them actually do. Only a little more than a quarter of lesbian couples and 14% of gay male couples are raising children. So that form of so-called marriage is not oriented to the benefit of children like the natural set of relationships is. So it's not surprising, I think, that children don't fare as well. Gay marriage, I say, would be fake parents. Now, we talk about fake news and fake science and so on and so forth. Well, you know, every set of gay parents, as I've said, excludes necessarily one of the child's natural parents. And so gay so-called parents consist of two non-parents, or at most one natural parent and one non-parent. So gay parenting begins at the level of instability and rejection that natural parenting would come down to after some sort of trauma, a divorce or a death that brings about a change in the family. So parenting based on the exclusion of parents is a false promise. I don't think it should be called parenting. Just like I don't think that abortion should be called reproductive care. You know, it's actually non-reproductive care. It's the opposite of reproductive care. Well, gay parents are really the opposite of parents. So we know that in international policy norms, children come first. A very strong assertion in the Convention on the Rights of the Child and those declarations. And so I don't think they envision that we would be arguing about same-sex parents or not, but they said that children shall not, except in exceptional circumstances, be separated from his mother. And there are similar statements with regard to the father. So we have an obligation, those with the authority have the obligation to preserve that family relationship. Now, those of you who are Catholic or religious, of a Christian religious bent, in the Christian faith, we know that the love of God is expressed in the Holy Spirit. And according to the main theory of that from St. Augustine, we have the Father and the Son who love one another, and out of that love, they generate the Holy Spirit, right? Now think about that. Here you have divine revelation telling us what God is like, and it uses the terms of the family, a father and a son. Couldn't God have thought of a better term if the family wasn't really essential or important? I would say, in fact, the family is sacred. It reflects the character of God. And one of the things it does is it generates a new life. Here's an elaboration of Augustine's theory that makes this more explicit, right? So you have two, I don't want to call God a being or an entity, but let's call him a being. Two beings loving one another, and so much that they are one, and that generates a new life. Is there anything familiar in that? Yes. So here you have the generative love of God is mirrored beautifully in human sexual love. You have the Father and the Son in their love. You have a man and a woman in their love. And that generates a new life. That's how new life comes into being, should come into being, through a deeply divine love. So same-sex parenting is directly contradictory to Catholic teaching. I just put this in here because a lot of Catholics don't understand this thing, even. But here is from Cardinal Ratzinger, when he was head of the CDF, shortly before he was elected Pope Benedict XVI. He says, The absence of sexual complementarity in same-sex unions creates obstacles in the normal development of children who would be placed in the care of such persons. They would be deprived of the experience of either fatherhood or motherhood in an environment that is not conducive to their full human development. He is 100% right in that. And my research affirms that. I'm sure that he didn't sit down and do statistical research himself, but he was smart enough to see the principles in it. Pope Francis has confirmed this. There's no argument there with regard to different popes. Here's from Amoris Laetitia, the latest statement on love in the family. Every child has a right to receive love from a mother and a father. Talking about natural rights, that's the right of that child. If you want to go back to Donum Vitae, it says that the child has the right to be conceived, carried in the womb, brought into the world within a conjugal heterosexual marriage. It's through this relationship that the child can grow. So again, a fundamental right to be the fruit of the specific act of the conjugal love of his parents. You can't get clearer than that, I think. So the child has the right to the care, not just of heterosexual persons, but of his own joint biological parents. These last slides are for people who are interested in the foolishness of the alternative research. I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. If anybody's interested, you can ask a question about that. Thank you very much for your attention today. It's been a great pleasure and joy to be with you. Are we taking questions? After. Okay. Questions?
If I can, one short remark. Could you send, please, your slides to the organizers in order to share?
I would be happy to. Thank you.
Na, iš ties šito pranešimo skaidrės tikrai reikėtų parodyti mūsų parlamentarams, kurie labai svajoja apie partnerysčių įteisinimą Lietuvoje. Ačiū dar kartą. Kviečiame Aną Lako, vyresnėje patarėją ir koordinatorę tarptautiniams reikalams pagrindinių teisių centre, Vengrija. Pranešimo tema Vengrijos šeimai palanki politika ir Vengrijos kova su progresyviomis ideologijomis. Prašom.
You see me? Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to exchange our views on family policy. Under normal circumstances, when discussing family, one should focus on duties. Duties that mothers and fathers are happy to perform. However, nobody dares to talk about duties anymore. Europe is obsessed with rights, not duties. The European media is engaged in endless talk about human rights, civil rights, and every right under the sun. So let us talk about rights. I'm representing the Center for Fundamental Rights, and what we promote is quite different. Rights that we regard as fundamental: the right to have a normal family, the right to your own traditions and culture. Europe has become an ideological battlefield, and you will find the Center for Fundamental Rights in the first front line of that battle. And let me boast that we are doing it quite efficiently under the guidance of our Director General, Miklos Santo. Our motto is common sense, nation, and Christianity. And our objective is to prevent the damage done by the harmful ideologies that have hijacked Europe. The Center for Fundamental Rights is the biggest conservative think tank in Hungary that stands up against the ultra-liberal, woke LGBT propaganda directed against true European values. We're strong promoters of cooperation and networking between political forces that hold dear our European way of life and our European culture rooted in Christian traditions. Hence, the Center is active on the international stage. One of our achievements we are proud of is that we have recently organized CPAC Hungary. The Conservative Political Action Conference was initially a gathering of the American right, but by now it is a global gathering of conservative forces from around the world. Conservatives realized that they must coordinate their efforts if they are to stand up to the well-organized international network of the liberal NGOs and liberal media. The Center for Fundamental Rights organized the first CPAC in Europe last year, and we hosted it in Budapest again with a resounding success. Conservatives from Europe and America, more than 1,500 people, decision makers, journalists and influencers flocked to Budapest, where one of the key topics was family policy. Our institute realized that practical measures alone cannot work in an environment that has been brainwashed by the cancel culture and LGBT. Pro-family measures and incentives, no matter how generous, will never work if the young generation is emotionally set against notions like family or traditional values. The Center for Fundamental Rights pledges to have these attempts of undermining our nations and destabilizing our societies. We promote a narrative and provide arguments of plain common sense that conservative values work. We believe that the family and the nation are the natural framework of our life. That is why our Director General Miklós Szánto could state at the CPAC Hungary, Hungary is no country for woke men. As the distinguished guests of this event are all knowledgeable about family policy matters, I assume there is no need for any lengthy introduction to the subject, so allow me to cut right to the heart of the matter. I'll give you two figures. 10 years ago, the fertility rate in Hungary was 1.23, while at present it is 1.59. These two figures illustrate what I'm going to speak about today. On the one hand, it is a great achievement, an increase of 30% achieved by the hard work of the government of Hungary in 10 years. On the other hand, considering that a fertility rate of at least 2.0 is needed for a self-sustaining community, it shows that we are fighting an uphill battle. Hungary, Lithuania, and the entire Europe still have a long way to go and a lot of effort to make. Hence, let me share the Hungarian experience with you, because with the due modesty, we feel that Hungary has something to offer when it comes to family policy and does a groundbreaking job in this area. Hungary offers a model to be followed, an alternative that works. Certain elements of our complex family protection system have already been taken over by a number of European countries. As you may well know, Hungary is a mid-sized country of 10 million in Central Europe, with no natural resources to speak of, an economy with a lot of catching up to do after the decades of communism, and with a rich history of 1,000 years of statehood. This history, just like in the case of Lithuania, is defined by ceaseless battles for our independence from great powers. However, in the 21st century, we see that our spiritual independence is under threat too, and we have to protect our most fundamental rights and values from hostile ideologies. In its attempt to stop demographic decline, Hungary has devised a complex scheme of legal and financial support for young families. The Hungarian government allocates 5% of its GDP to family support measures, which is almost twice the average of developed countries. This proves the ambitious nature of the plan. The Hungarian model is unique as the EU supports and actively promotes immigration as a response to Europe's demographic disaster. Masses of people are imported, neither familiar with nor having the slightest sympathy for European values. Hungary has chosen a different path. We think that the right answer to demographic issues is not immigration, but supporting our families to have all the children they wish for. As Prime Minister Viktor Orbán put it very clearly, we subscribe to the idea that the view of demographic problems must be solved by relying on our own resources, mobilizing our own reserves, and by our own spiritual renewal. For fear that the Hungarian model is taken over by other countries, the EU has retaliated by political means against Hungary. Withholding EU funds due to Hungary, launching groundless allegations that Hungary has rule of law issues, starting legal procedures against Hungary under various pretexts. The Hungarian left liberal opposition actively helps International Liberal Network in their fight against the government's pro-family choices. Before going into specific measures of this policy, let me underscore the importance of bearing in mind that family policy cannot be discussed on its own. It is interdependent with other highly politicized issues. Immigration, neo-Marxist cancel culture, LGBT propaganda, and woke progressivism. These represent a soft power to put pressure on nations, families, and on human relations that we regard normal. Subsequently, any specific pro-family measure will attract ideologically motivated political attacks and will generate new waves of propaganda in the mass media and in the social media, targeting especially the young. That is the Hungarian experience. Thus, the Hungarian Child Protection Act of 2021 has provoked large-scale international campaign and attracted charges of homophobia and intolerance. Hungary was accused of curtailing the freedom of speech because it interdicts the propaganda of sex change surgery and alternative sexual lifestyles in school, protecting the influential minors. This legal act prohibits the display of any content that promotes homosexuality or sexual reassignment to minor because it has a detrimental effect on their development. Therefore, liberals are seriously concerned about the freedom of speech of drag queens in kindergartens. The Hungarian law states that the physical and mental health of children is a priority, and the sexual education of children is exclusively the prerogative of their parents. It is to be noted that these alternative sexual lifestyles are subject to absolutely no discrimination in Hungary, provided that it concerns adults. With the gender lobby gaining ground, Hungary considered it necessary to incorporate the protection of traditional family and children in the fundamental law, thus lending it constitutional level protection. The referent passage is often quoted in Hungarian public discourse. Every child has the right to a mother and a father. The fundamental law states that family is based on marriage between a man and a woman. Moreover, seeing the ideological developments taking place in Western European countries, it had to be established in the same fundamental law that the mother is a woman and the father is a man. As a result of the heavy criticism against these legal provisions, the Hungarian government had to initiate a referendum on child protection issues in 2022, where 95% of participants have validated the cabinet's decision and position on these issues. Beyond the legal and constitutional protection, the essence of the Hungarian family policy are the various allowances, grants, and benefits for young adults, so that their desire to have children not be subject to financial considerations. This seems to have attained its goal. Since 2010, when the incumbent government entered office, the number of marriages has doubled and the number of abortions was reduced to half. This complex system aims to improve long-term financial circumstances of families all along the period they are raising the children. The starting point of the support is marriage, every married couple is entitled to a net annual tax credit of 300 euros for the first 2 years of the marriage. The so-called baby bond is the most popular and best performing government bond, which offers an interest premium of 3 percentage points above inflation, so it's inflation-proof. Another important financial help is the childbirth incentive loan for young married couples. Under this scheme, candidates can apply for an interest-free loan of up to almost 25,000 euros. The installment is postponed for 3 years after the birth of the first child. 30% of the amount is waived at the birth of the second child, and the full amount is waived at the birth of the third child. So practically speaking, if you have 3 children, you don't have to pay it back. The home buyer's allowance, the so-called CHOC, is a non-reimbursable grant for the purchase of or the construction of a property. To be eligible, parents must have or undertake to have at least 1 child. Coupled with the allowance, one can apply for a bank loan with state-subsidized interest rate, the home buyer's loan. A family with 2 children are eligible for a loan of 25,000 euros, while a family with 3 children can apply for 36,000 euros. Furthermore, the repayable amount is reduced with the birth of each child by almost 14,000 euros. To have a better understanding of the magnitude of this governmental support, combining the childbirth incentive loan, the home buyer's loan, and the home buyer's allowance, a young couple undertaking to have 3 children can get access to an amount that is enough to buy a full family detached house in certain regions of the country. And if they have the 3 children indeed, they'll have to pay back only about the third of the total amount they have taken, and even that with extremely advantageous interest rates. The above examples refer to ways and means the state supports starting a family and the actual birth of children. But Hungarian family policy does not stop there. The financial support provided all along the period of raising the children. Hungary devotes particular attention to families with young children. Several forms of support are available in the 3 years after the birth of a child. Uniquely in Hungary, in the first 6 months after giving birth, a woman receives more infant care allowance than their pre-birth earnings. The special childcare benefit package offers increased financial support for mothers caring for young children who choose to return to work. After giving birth to her fourth child, a woman will never pay income tax again. One of the most prominent pillars of the conservative government's family policy is the family tax credit. Its guiding idea is that there should be no difference in the living standards of families with similar incomes but different number of children. In consequence, large families pay less tax on the same income than those who are childless or have fewer children. The above are facts and figures from the structure of the Hungarian family policy that has been built up since 2010, the year that the incumbent government entered office. However, that is not all there is to it. These examples could be carried on over and over. There are countless details of Hungarian family policy system that would not fit in the time frame of this presentation. To give a random example, the government even subsidizes the car purchase of large families by considerable amounts. To cut a long story short, it is best to sum up these details and technicalities by the words of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán uttered at the 4th Budapest Demographic Summit in 2021. The whole country must be made family-friendly. Ladies and gentlemen, the family-friendly approach and the decisive action has had its political rewards too. It may be safely assumed that it plays some part in the government having been re-elected 3 times since 2010. This is just as unique in Europe as the Hungarian family policy system. A word of warning for decision makers who might be sitting in this room: working for families is not such a bad strategy. It's had its political rewards too, beyond the moral ones. That is another lesson to be learned from the Hungarian example. True, you will be exposed to incessant political attacks from liberal quotas, from those preferring an atomized society of consumers. This is why we have to act and speak freely about it while we can. In this day and age, there are some places in Europe where you cannot promote traditional family values anymore, where you cannot have a career if you publicly declare your preference for traditions and normality. So, thank you for letting me speak freely here today, and thank you for choosing us over the World Cup. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your presentation also is worthy to be translated into Lithuanian, and I hope you will give it to us too. Thank you very much. Ir paskutinis šiandienos pranešimas prieš diskusiją. Lietuvos politologas, sociologas, teisininkas Andrius Švarplys iš Kauno. Ir pranešimo tema bus kokias grėsmės prigimtiniams žmogaus teisėms kelia šiuolaikinis globalizmas.
Tai sveiki visi. Gal pirmiausia, aš norėčiau tik atsiprašyti, kad mano iniciatyva buvo sukeisti pranešėjų laikai, tai aš norėjau tik tai parodyti pagarbą, kad užsieniečiai eitų pirmiau, o lietuviškai kalbantis jau eitų ant pačio galo. Tai tik tokia intencija buvo čia sukeisti laikai.
To our guests from abroad, so that they have better time to speak. Well, I could deliver my presentation in English, but I was asked to deliver it in Lithuanian. So that's what I will do. So first of all, thank you so much to the organizers for daring to organize such a conference, however strange it may sound. But these days, speaking up for family values, that could be quite a challenge with realistic social consequences. So congratulations with being brave, dear organizers, and please keep this intention, this energy going, because we have a lot to do, as we've seen based on the previous presentations.
Okay. Tai mano pranešimas yra apie šiuolaikinius politinius iššūkius prigimtiniams žmogaus teisėms. Ir jis bus daugiau apžvelgiamojo pobūdžio, neanalitinio, ir daugiau bus iš politinės sociologijos perspektyvos. Iš tos disciplinos aš ateinu. Tai aš pamėginsiu tiesiog apibendrinti šiuolaikinės politinės tendencijas, kurios matomos vakarų pasaulyje, nes jos yra svarbios, net jeigu ir ne visos jos ateina į Lietuvą.
Western world, they're important to us as well, because they will sooner or later reach us. Therefore, we need to know what's going on in the world in order to understand political trends. So maybe, first of all, I should explain the title. What is the contemporary leftist globalism?
Pirmiausia, gal nuo žodžio globalizmas. Kas tas globalistinis?
I worded it. So let's start with the word globalism, what globalistic means and how we should understand globalism per se. So globalism is best seen in the decisions of EU institutions and their political agenda. And it's seen in other decisions that we could name the European Commission, the European Parliament, the European Court of Justice, including, let's say, the International Organization for Migration,
arba Pasaulio ekonomikos forumą, arba Jungtinių tautų pasaulio sveikatos organizacija. Ir šitų institucijų sprendimuose, šitie sprendimai, jie pirmiausiai nėra priimami kažkokio tai valstybių ar visuomenių dalyvavimo konsensusu. yra priimami tarptautinių institucijų ir jie yra naudojami kaip tam tikro politinio spaudimo instrumentas. Ir kai mes susidurime su šeimos politika, pavyzdžiui, arba su lyties sampratą keičiančiais dokumentais,
family policy or the documents changing the concept of family issued by these international institutions, we, when looking at such documents, can feel that they are sort of foreign to us. They are not within our political agenda, and actually they are put down on us from the international level. That's the level which is globalistic, and both the academic sources and political analysis specify that this level has issues with democratic accountability. We're not directly electing the members and heads of such institutions, and we do not control them in any way, or at least in the way we control the national level politicians. So one of the globalism key features is that these decisions international are provided to us top down, and we cannot influence them neither directly nor through accountability. And it's a key globalism feature which is clearly named as an anti-democratic one, because, as you know, the EU has been suffering for quite some time because of the democratic legitimacy. It's a well-known problem. Globalism is economic as well, and one of the key purposes, which is the top purpose, is the development of a single market, which is economic, or development of the single or domestic or common market. That was the key fundamental for the basis of the EU, and we can see how those European institutions are step by step moving away from this fundamental goal and are entering such areas like family policy, human rights, equal opportunities, etc. This problem is not a new one. It's an old one, and we also have Brexit. When the UK exited the EU, which was determined by certain demands of those supranational, international, global institutions on the political system of Britain. And if Hungarians or Brits or we Lithuanians are criticizing the globalistic institutions of the EU, however, we do not criticize the economic fundamentals of EU integration. Because there's a perhaps right consensus that the development of the single market is beneficial for the movement of people, for the businesses, and it's beneficial to all the parties participating. And the UK, when leaving the EU, when Brexiting, it wanted to stay in the economic aspect of the single market. And it wanted to minimize its Brexiting from the economic viewpoint. So the economic fundamentals of the economic integration are good, if I may say so, but political institutions and their decisions already raise some democratic legitimacy problems. Another area where I can see that globalism, this is how I keep explaining the title, namely the globalistic leftism or leftistic globalism. So another area where we can see it is the cultural area, where the key role is played by social media and media in general, just like the entertainment industry. So if we take Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson, McDonald's, Amazon, Apple, and other global corporations that are in the top 500 globally, they are the proponents of the provoke ideology. Otherwise speaking, they are supporting the code of new globalism. So the largest economic players, namely companies, media companies, and we used to love Washington Post and New York Times previously, as well as other dailies and magazines, leave alone social media, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, before Musk entered. So these mega companies, mega information channels, including the entertainment industry like Hollywood, like Walt Disney, can be the examples on how they state to incorporate the pro-Vogue or pro-LGBT political agenda into their movies. So, having all this field in mind, we can see how the possibilities of political debate are narrowing, how the value-based pluralism is narrowing, and how the platform of traditional viewpoints or pro-family viewpoints is narrowing. It's just narrowing down to the very minimum. So globalism, both economic, political, institutional, and value-based, has acquired certain systematic features, like as mentioned by priest Grigas, but we can see that, irrespective of what is said, there is a certain accord, cultural, political accord, which is international, on what values are desirable and what are not, what are welcome and what are not. So we're facing the global, systematic field of values with a certain features of forced pressure. So why the leftist globalism or globalist leftism? Basically, it has two features or two principles that turn it into leftist or neo-Marxist or progressivist or wokeism. So the first feature of it is aiming for social justice, which is understood as the program of liberating the minorities, animal, migrant rights, LGBT rights, or Black Lives Matter. Otherwise speaking, this emancipationary principle of social justice is clearly Marxistic. It's clearly derived from Marxism, and its ideological identity is clear. However, what Marxism didn't know, but it's another topic which needs ideological analysis, but basically the old Marxism is taken over by new wokeism, new progressivism, because from the labor conflict, which was central to Marxism, we have moved over to the identity policy. That's the difference between the old Marxism and the new progressivism. And the second key feature of leftism as ideology is clearly the support of the role of the global government or government in general. The bigger the role of the government in the emancipation process, the better. The redistribution of good is also supported by the major corporations and globalistic institutions, as we, for instance, have seen during the COVID pandemic. We saw that major amounts were allocated to support businesses. Never before Europe or America did that. 2.3 trillion euros and 1.9 trillion euros in America. So redistribution is supported. And the role of the government as the support of people, the support of businesses during the economic crisis shouldn't deceive us. The redistribution of this good basically does not address the social opposition, contradiction. And as it was said by a sociologist from the US, we are living in the new war, under the new war of social classes. Just those classes are different compared to the old time period. Otherwise speaking, we have a new class of globalists. And Mr. Lind, I've mentioned before, is the overclass. He qualifies it as the overclass, which is identified not with the middle income or lower income average Americans, but identifies it to other overclasses from other countries. Otherwise speaking, it is the globalists' class. That formed based on capital, etc. And we also see the overclass or globalist social class here in Lithuania as well. It could be identified based on a simple feature. All those NGOs, political parties, organizations, or economic entities, companies living off European money, European funds, which are more of the managerial class that provide services, deliver speeches through contracts. That is the globalist class, representing the leftist vogue or global ideology, or otherwise speaking, global values. So I've just provided it very briefly, provided a very brief overview. I don't know how clear it was, but I'd like to say that the role of the state, of the government, is in a very different context, not the labor and employee and employer capital, but actually the redistribution is good for the globalists. That is why globalists incentivize that new war of the classes, according to Mr. Lind. And of course, the role of the state is attributed usually not to the democratic mechanisms, not through the debate or objective media in order to debate various contradictory points, namely of homosexual marriages, etc. But it is typical that usually they do something secretly. They're secretive, they try to influence the media and decision makers through non-democratic measures. That means that the power is used non-democratically, and perhaps in terms of media, we have the channel LRT, which is the state national media provider, media broadcast, and they're very biased. They receive more than 60 million euros per year. However, they do not represent the value expectations of the majority, just the opposite. They form that very biased political agenda. And the LRT channel is the best globalism example in Lithuania, including the so-called Lithuanian conservative parties. So that leftist trend to give a high emancipatory role to the governments, both in Lithuania and other countries, is basically turning into the political and social dominance. It is not the implementation of the social justice, it is just pushing on the political will, anti-democratic political will onto others, instead of the incentivizing the discussion on political values. There are no discussions. There are certain political agendas pushed over. I'd like to add option number 3, more on my own behalf, in order to explain what is that leftist globalism and how leftism is reflected in globalism. The third aspect is, or option, is censorship. I've already mentioned about pushing on political will, pushing political will onto somebody, but however, Marxism had a very similar mentality because it couldn't coexist with the opposing ideologies, because all the opposing ideologies were understood as the instrument of domination field directed against the minorities, therefore they had to be fighted against. Therefore, Marxism is not a political theory, it is more the ideology of political action, because you can still discuss with a political theory, you can still find some basis for understanding. However, what we see in the classical old Marxism and in the globalistic leftism, we simply see domination and removal of opponents and simply fight what they liked to do, what they liked since the very beginning. And for Marxism, just as for the leftist globalism, well, they have that Lenin's mentality typical to both of them, who is guilty and whom to punish. So that is the political mentality leading directly to the political censorship. That much about leftist globalism, about as a phenomenon, why it's global, because it's the institutional, global, economic, political, cultural, etc. And why is it global? Because it includes emancipation, censorship, and emancipation. And I'd like to also mention another term which is confusing. That is liberal left. From the US context, we have that concept of liberal left. How could we explain it? It is quite a misleading term, I mean the liberal left term. Allegedly, liberal means liberals, and such concepts are sort of associated to a freer view to euthanasia, drugs, immigration, abortions. It's sort of associated with a freer, open-minded viewpoint to current phenomena. So allegedly it's liberalism. Allegedly, everybody's accepted and love will win, as they love to say in this context. However, we should say that no liberalism could be found here, because classic liberalism defended an individual's autonomy against the violence or coercion, compulsion However, leftist this liberalism, which is modern, is using secretive decision pushing, political decision pushing, all anti-democratic mechanisms, so that liberal left doesn't have much anything tangible about. And previously in America, we would see conservative analysts who would use liberal lefts or leftists or liberals, and now another term, namely communist, is more widespread. And it's very strange to see this word as namely communist in America in the 21st century, while America had no communism there. And just as Priest Grigas mentioned in his introductory statement, that we are making this historical turn of the circle. That's what we saw back in the Soviet time. We can see it reflected in the 21st century, namely the relationship between the citizens and the government as under the free formation. So I hope I've managed to explain to a certain extent that leftist globalism, even though the very words are not determining. The most important thing is the content of their political program, what they propose. Now I'd like to move to part 2 on trends in the Western world that can be seen and that are already a concern in terms of human rights. And we see really a lot of that. So, compulsion.
Beprecedentis lyties ir šeimos performulavimas.
So first of all, we see the unprecedented rewording of sex, gender, family. The words are the same, however, the content of those words are very different now. And how we should understand that rewording? We see that we have a difference from the classical epoch, old Greek, Roman, and Christianity, and their natural human rights dominated by the natural values to the human rights that are based on human self-expression. And I don't know if it's very popular, but there is a big difference in the content between the old and the new human rights. The new human rights are based not on the nature, but on the self-expression of a human being, as well as the identity. Therefore, they're qualified as identity rights, but not the natural human rights. And the concept of human being is reworded so that it's no longer clear what's a man, what's a woman, and even such perversions are promoted, like birth-giving men, and that there are 60-year-olds that treat themselves as babies. Because I had a brief conversation with a British psychotherapist who said that there is a new psychotherapy type emerging, because she's consulting people who trauma treatment is based on going back to the childhood. So she dresses them like babies, bathes them like babies. These are her patients who are 50 or 60-year-olds. And this is the method of transgression. She has tons of customers, they're queuing to get her services, and people go back to their childhood, and when they do that, their bad impressions are replaced by positive ones. How maybe that's good, but actually such phenomena like changing the gender of children and birth-giving men and multiple identities. You can read Brown and see how many sexual identities could be there. But it's not good because actually, there's no difference whether there are five genders or, sorry, 5 sexes or sexual identities or 72, but it's not natural anymore. Therefore, transgenderism not only rewards the concepts of the family and sexual identity, but it also washes out the human nature and dips us into political and social discussions that have no meaning, because if it's not clear what family is and sexual identity is, what kind of discussions could be had. And there's another point I wouldn't like to digress to, but I'd like to say that among those leftists, they believe that maybe these are perversions, but let's keep the homosexual marriages and such perversions as birth-giving men, they are marginal, we will never acknowledge them, etc., etc. But, you know, you can't do that. You can't say that and have this concept, because the American public Supreme Court passed the decision enforcing same-sex marriage, but actually many justices say that if the person is free, we cannot limit his or her choice whom to live with. But it's worth reading the dissenting opinions of justices, mentioning one serious argument, namely that if we remove the family and the sexual identity from the natural aspect of the human being, and then there are no limits whatsoever to recognizing zoophilia, polygamy, etc. And these are very serious arguments by the Supreme Court justices. So we cannot simply recognize one transgenderism aspect, but not others. And if we disconnect the natural, nature of the man from its sexual identity and family, then we open the gate to interpret things very differently. So the first challenge to human rights is the rewording of the sexual identity and family. That is the key thing, the creme of the creme, because if we reword these concepts, then we do not know the limits of that freedom rippling out, and those limits do not exist. That's the key major challenge.
Okay, my presentation is the last one. Please stop me. So the second challenge in terms of human rights, by the way, I would like to come back to the first one, to the first challenge. I'd like to highlight that reformulation of gender of the new human rights are of a narcissistic nature. I mean that constitutional values and rights as a self-expression, they've turned out into a simple consumption manifestation of own gender, of identity. And here there was one slide presented by Paul Sullins. Only 14% of gay couples are ready, are prepared to raise children. What does this mean? That they are narcissistic, that they have, these couples have no concept of parenthood. they are determined by sexual things, not by the natural rights or children raising. Only 14%, or women lesbian 29%, 1/3. So this is a perfect example of narcissism. Everything is about myself, about my sexual requirements or requests or needs, not about the commitment to the children. Erich Fromm, a very famous philosopher of the beginning of the 20th century, to be or to have. A narcissist will always say, I want to have this or that. And Fromm suggested, I want to be a good friend, not to have children, but to be a good father. So Fromm's separation between to be and to have, so is a perfect example. So now the second major challenge or political trend on what we see in the post-Soviet space, what is shocking, it is the censorship in America and range and in America, in our countries. We do remember that during the societies, during our independence movement, we went to Europe, we returned to Europe, to the space of security, freedom, especially freedom. We didn't have freedom in the Soviet Union. We sought for freedom. What we see now, the censorship, the level of censorship in the European Union, in the world, is huge. The freedom of speech is restricted, the freedom of conscience, convictions, beliefs, religious communities are restricted. We have in our constitution separate articles guaranteeing these rights. What are the actual challenges with respect to censorship? It is expressed in social characteristics. For example, censorship, what we see in social media, in social networks, it is based on social processes. For example, 30%, according to surveys, 30% of young Americans, they do not think that the First Amendment is not changeable. They do not think that this amendment is, they do agree that it is a must to restrict a freedom of speech. And if it is a hate speech, and when in Lithuania, when we have political discussions on whether we have to criminalize the hate speech, there is no doubt the hate speech is a quality of leftist speech. There are no doubts. So more than 30% of young Americans are ready to restrict freedom of speech for the sake of the hate speech. What do they have in mind by hate speech? So quite a lot of this hate speech are normal conservative values. If you are for the family rights, if you are for classical liberalism, you can easily be written off to the hate speech, easily. We see the litigation processes, we see the cases against priests, Chris Baker case, for example, in 2018, when a baker in Colorado State, he refused to bake a cake for the gay a couple, and he was sued and reached even the Supreme Court. And this is not the only case. Photographers are persecuted, service providers are persecuted. So the rights of religious communities are on the verge or are under huge pressure. So now regarding censorship, there are youth trends and there are trends of the academic world. More than 90% of university professors are of leftists. How to work in the Western world university for a leftist global approach consensus is prevailing today in Lithuania as well. And if a professor does not meet the requirements of university, he is marginalized by not openly saying what is the problem. So, in short, censorship has a social basis. It comes from the changes of social values, and it is expressed through the policy of social networks and media. The American Congress has had a set of hearings, invited Twitter authorities, Facebook authorities, were blamed for the bias opinion. So leftist globalism is related to open censorship. And what can we add to the fact that Facebook eliminated, deleted the account of the American president? The American president was suspended. So what about us, ordinary people? So now, okay, of course, cancel coach recognized phenomena in Lithuania recently, but it's not a culture. This is anti-culture, social pressures. It is the same censorship, but carried out not by political institutions or, for example, by the private sector. So this is a crowd authority, and it is a challenge to freedom of speech. Cancel culture is nothing but undermining the constitutional rights. It cannot be called culture, but we have such a concept, and you know it very well. Violations of children's rights. Having in mind, for example, the Norway and the system of children's rights in Norway, which is highly commercialized, and having in mind Lithuanian events when we adopted a new law on children's rights, I make a conclusion that progressivist children's rights are violation of children's rights. The institutions which should defend children's rights, they are violating children's rights. So the child is materialized, kind of. The state violates the natural family concept, and the state interferes and drastically interferes into the family matters. And the majority Western countries have similar children's rights concept and system to that of the Norwegian. So not only the concept of family is being diminished, but also the children's rights concept is being diminished. I don't remember whose presentation was it, that family has been always treated as a pre-political, that it is earlier than politics. It is a natural thing, that this fair should be protected by the state. Hobbes, Rousseau, Montesquieu, social contracts, that the state should be stopped to the natural human rights, fundamental rights. And if the state interferes, the standard of security should be very, very, very high on whether the state really needs to interfere. Only in exceptional cases. So Norwegian model is characteristic of many Western countries. So this here in Norway and other countries, the state can easily interfere into the family. But if we speak about the natural relations, it is I'm sorry. So the stronger is the natural concept, the more liberalism is stronger, and the state is less interfering into the family matters. Now the violations of children's rights. Sexualization, and we could see that in the resolutions of the European Parliament promoting the sexual cognition of the baby age, if I translate it right. There are education programs which explain genderism, propagate genderism. And colleague from Hungary also said about drag queen show in America. We do not have this in Lithuania, but I think that it will come soon to our country as well. Transgenderism is never a matter of adults. It also brought down to children, and what we could say, and they managed to do that, and it has social, responses, and according to the statistical data, LGBT people, since from 40 to 70, there is only one objective, and the people of 19, 26, 20%, they attribute themselves to LGBT. A huge difference. So mass sexualization, not related to older people, but young people, 20-year-olds, every fifth American citizen identify themselves as LGBT representatives. Now, violations of children's rights, sexualization, I mentioned that, and I could attribute it to the violation of children's rights. Yes, definitely. Here we will not solve this problem. It needs huge discussions and debates. Now, a violation of parents' rights, constitutional rights. I've already mentioned that the children are easily taken from the parents' care, and the violations of parents' rights usually are related to the education system. In Florida state, 1 week ago, as far as I know, adopted a law, and the governor of Florida signed the law prohibiting dissemination or spread the diversity, inclusion, equity, and gender equality ideas in Florida state's finance schools. In private schools, that's okay, but in public schools, no. Montana state, as far as I know, also has discussed this issue. Religious communities and their freedoms. A quote of the Bible could serve as a basis to defend the principles of the holy of the Bible could also they go in confrontation with the new leftist globalism. We could see from the court processes, we could see that in many areas of our life. A very famous letter to the Apple employees when they felt the pressure LGBTism, and they said that they faced huge pressure with regard to their religious beliefs. Now the nation's demographic right global institutions' decisions today in this era have very often anti-democratic nature. I don't think that Lithuanians voting in Euro referendum or during the freedom independence movement, they could sign the same program which is being promoted today. The European institutions say that their directives, their decisions are more important than national constitutions. Constitutional or Supreme Courts do not agree with this. There is no such a supremacy principle. This principle of supremacy has been derived from the European Court of Justice doctrines, but and one of the last issues, elitism related to globalism. Elitism, this is kind of a political, social situation in the country when political decision makers does not react, does not respond, or goes against the majority, against the society, against the majority of the society. And this elitism could be discerned in the decision of the major or propaganda in censorship in many institutions. In America, people in America, in Lithuania and in other Western countries, they feel strangers in their own countries. So you couldn't find a better definition of elitism. The ship of the state is directed by someone, somewhere, but not by the state's people, not by the public. One could say that this is kind of a populism, that populist parties want to represent the will of the nation, but this is true, but this is an actual truth based on sociological surveys. Political decisions do not comply with the will of the majority, and elitism is blossoming at the political decision-making, political party level. And we also have a new social war. Elitism can be physically even, felt. Global elites defend their situation, their economical situation. Therefore, they need immigrants because the locals, because immigrants will work they are a cheap labor, so they speak for the open immigration, and one of the explanations could be, and finally, the challenge to the property and security. We could see that from various protests in America, from the immigration crisis, unimaginable changes in the security and property institutions. I would like to remind you that both security and property, this is the essence of classical constitutionalism, life, liberty, and property. So property is one of the central, security one of the central elements in the human rights system. What we see today, via protests, riots in America, we could see that property concept is changing. Damaging of property, rooting of property, it is attributed as a constitutional right of the Americans to protest. So the property is not protected anymore by the state. Because although it is the duty of the state, what did we see in 2015 during the immigration crisis in Europe? We can see that immigration is not regulated anymore. Even security institutions are concerned that it's dangerous to the state's security. But Angela Merkel's government didn't regulate this process. So, to conclude, we need to follow these trends. We need to follow these tendencies. Leftist globalism, what does it bring? It brings a modern constitutional contract reformulation. We literally move to a new paradigm system. And the human rights, the fundamental human rights, they become different. They differ. They acquire a new content. Property is not a property anymore as and we can recall the World Economic Forum. So when literally it was said that property is kind of the source of pollution, you will not have anything, but you will be happy. You know the saying. So the property is reformulated, gender is reformulated, the gender is reformulated, immigrants are provided, you know, various opportunities which are taken from locals. To my mind, little by little, the Western world moves to a different social contract. But this social contract is being written by the elite via Istanbul Conventions, by Global Migration Pact of 2018. And this kind of programs a new conflict, because we are moving toward new constitutional legal paradigm. Our old human rights are disappearing, and at the same time we move to a new political conflict. Nobody can imagine its consequences, but some features remind of barbarian. My hypothesis would be as follows. The old contract, it protected, effectively defended from barbarism, it defended security, individual rights, it protected the natural rights, but the current paradigm, it doesn't so far suggest any new forms, only destruction, but maybe we are returning back to a super modern barbarian times, barbarism. So, post-Soviet transformations and the ideologies I've been speaking about. We are all in the post-Soviet space. When we had this transformation, the academic literature described it as a road towards a single market, to a better democracy, the road to a more political responsibility, more freedom, and yes, we moved toward that, but other scientists forecasted one more trend, that collapse of Soviet structures and movement towards free market, single market, capitalist system, in certain cases, especially in Russia, brought to regress, to barter exchange. What I would like to say by this analogy, not everything what is presented or explained that is progressive, good, you will have more freedom, more love, and love will win. But this process might be the opposite. It might mean regress or return to a certain thought of barbarism. We need to think about that.
Ir įtvirtino tai, ką mes šiandien žinom kaip prigimtinės žmogaus teisės. Klausimas atviras.
So this is an open question. Let's follow the news, and I expect to see you again soon.
Andriau, nepabėk, nes dar diskusija.
Andrews,
Andriau, prašom čionai.
could you please join now the panel? Because now we will have a discussion. Dear guests, dear speakers, could you please come here? Let's take your seats around the table. Everybody who've been presenting their opinions today, you are welcome. And let's have a discussion now.
Please. Tai kad užtenka. Manau, visiems kilo daug įvairių minčių.
Well, I have no doubt that we have questions, and many of us have questions. Thank you so much for all the presentations. And the issues you've been discussing are very important, not only culturally, but also politically, because all the problems Lithuania is facing, our political space is analogous. The problems are the same in other countries or similar. So thank you once again, dear speakers, for really impressive presentations. And I think that after translating them into or from English into Lithuanian will be announced in the media. So we've received only one question from our online audience, and the question was to Anna, and I think that it was translated to you. Can you answer? The question is as follows. In your country, what about the marriage of opposite sex couples? Because you have legalized the same-sex marriages. So what is the difference between? So you have this question translated for you, don't you?
So, can you hear me now? So, as I mentioned that,
Taip, kaip jau minėjau, Vengrijoje mes sekame moralinę teisę, kad santuoka yra tarp vyro ir moters. Ir man atrodo, kad tai yra labai aiški žinutė. Ir nepaisant to, mes nediskriminuojame kitų alternatyvių santykių ir tos poros yra nediskriminuojamos. Ir tai reiškia, kad santuoka yra viena koncepcija, viena savoka, o partnerystė tarp dviejų tos pačios lyties žmonių irgi yra įmanoma, tačiau nėra jokios diskriminacijos.
Ačiū, dabar tikiuosi klausimų iš auditorijos.
Now, I do hope a question from the audience. Are there any questions from the audience?
Prašom, Giedrė.
Giedrė, you have a question? My question is to Ordo Juris, so Veronica, a very strong institute and huge impact on the traditional family protection defense in Poland. So, dear Veronica, what about financing or funding of your institution? We know that in the world, in Europe, those globalistic ideology, liberalistic ideology is financed and funded. And we all know Soros, about Soros activities. It would be interesting to hear about how you, in Poland, can resist the Soros ideology. Are there any alternatives to Soros or anti-Soros?
Būtent tradicinių šeimų šitą ideologijos stiprinimą kaip atsvara, nes mes kol kas matome.
Because today, what we could see, especially during the recent decades, that we see that traditional families are being destroyed. According to you, in Poland, are there any business forces, for example, which could serve as an alternative, not necessarily in Poland or in Hungary? Are there any alternative forces? And the second question is in terms of Europe. Since this ideology, this political ideology is coming from Brussels, and intervention into traditional families from Brussels, don't you consider or think that family issues should be, all the European countries should be joined, and some forces could be found which are for the traditional values? That with the joint activities, maybe these forces could participate in 2024 in the parliamentary elections. Why do I say that? I do remember the Soviet times. In 1989, elections to the People's Party of the USSR. And here in Lithuania, we didn't declare then independence in Lithuania. We elected our movement members to have the members of Lithuania in the Soviet Union to speak for relevant issues. So, speaking about the traditional families, so this harmful ideology comes from Brussels. Maybe we need to go to the roots, to go down to the roots and take all possible efforts in order to change the membership, in order to replace the leftists by family protectors. So maybe this could be the question to everybody.
There was a couple of questions, I guess, so I will try to answer to all of them that I remember correctly. So first of all, when it comes to our financial support, we are, as I mentioned during my presentation, we are funded only by individual donations of citizens. We do not receive any public support or support from some great sponsors. So one donation is approximately 20 euros, and traditional family is our main, let's say, entity that supports us. And when it comes to the Brussels and the European support for a family, as the traditional family, I think it's very important, and we try to making joint organizations. For instance, in 2021, we established an organization called Alliance for the Common Good with 4 other organizations from Europe, and this is a way in which we are trying to influence the Europe and the European Union as well. And when it comes to the ideas for the integrity of Europe, one of our main, I would say, task is what you exactly said, to come back to the roots of the European integrity, to our Christian values, and the tradition family is one of them, and we of course should support it as much as we can. Thank you.
Ačiū. Taip, gal dar kas nors iš auditorijos nori paklausti? Kol dar yra pauzė, mąstote, aš tada paklausčiau daktaro.
Question to Dr. Shvar, please. In your presentation, you provided a very wide panorama, a discourse, political contradictions. Don't you see contradiction between the dissemination of freedoms, on the other hand, the attempts to suppress the freedoms via censorship, cancer culture? Don't you see paradoxical contradiction here? Because if we speak about freedom, we must have also the freedom of speech. In Lithuanian, well, it seems to me that you highlighted one of the leftism, Marxism qualities. The justice is perceived by us, but not by everybody. I don't know how to translate even by a small number of people. But if to speak more seriously, there is no contradiction. When we speak about the development of the leftist thought, freedom, well-being, welfare, all other goods, they are not managed as we imagine them, or as the constitutional paradigm imagines. The common well-being is defined by the free community. So the laws should reflect. In leftism, there is a absolutely different paradigm. It is a liberation, fight against the obstacles, counter-revolution. So therefore, there is no contradiction. They bravely multiply liberty by prohibiting freedom, because the Constitution anticipates freedom as an individual's capacity to define own guidelines. In leftism, freedom is perceived in a repressing domination context. So practically everybody is not free, and they need to be freed, liberated against the dominating enemies. So leftism does not recognize life freedom as a joy. It constantly fights against oppression, repressions, constitutions, capitalism, family defenders. Leftism needs to fight all the time. And what about when everybody is liberated? There is no final freedom concept. But the context of freedom in leftism is absolutely different. So this contradiction, in leftism, you can multiply freedom by repressing the ones who do not agree with your program. Thank you. Continuing your subject. Question to Priest Paul. Why Marxism, leftism is coming from America? For us, America we associate America with freedom. What happened, what has changed in the American society, that these things started to dominate in the public discourse? What happened in your country?
Well, I think we have to look at the nature of freedom. All freedom, political freedom, also requires a limitation of freedom on someone. If I have the freedom to speak, you do not have the freedom to stop me from speaking. So it implies a limitation, a coercion on someone else for me to claim a freedom in the political or the communal sphere. That is at the root of our understanding of rights, right? So America is founded upon political rights, rights that are asserted for the individual that constrain action of government. That's the root idea of the American Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. Think about the word independence, right? That I'm unconstrained by anyone else. Now that's not necessarily an achievable ideal, for sure, but that's the idea that lies at the root of America. The problem is, in my view, is that the idea of that kind of freedom, the freedom of political rights, was founded on an understanding that human nature is of a certain character, and that the government has to recognize that character and those capabilities that are embedded in persons. See, the American Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence, claims that we are created equal in rights and liberties. What happens when we don't believe we are created at all? That somehow we just invent ourselves in some way, then those rights become unmoored from those things that make the rights tenable for us. There used to be, and maybe still is, in certain philosophical realms, the distinction between natural law and natural rights. And natural law is not freedom, which is why it's called law. Natural law are items or characters that we cannot help but fulfilling. So we, as human persons, breathe. And we don't have a choice not to breathe. If someone founded a political party of the non-breathers, it would be a very short-lived party. Maybe it would advocate the right to smoke or something. You know, I don't know if that's non-breathing, but that would be an assertion against natural law to have some sort of a right that contradicts it. Now, in a less extreme maybe way, to assert a right to change one's sex doesn't violate natural rights so much as it violates natural law. The sex that I am is not something that I'm asserting as a right. I don't reach a point in my life where I say, oh, I'm going to assert my right to be male, right? But it's something that possesses me. I have no choice about it. I have to accept it. And so, in my opinion, the difficulty in America that has swapped these things, and that our good professor here has elaborated in a number of good ways, is that the understanding of rights which was grounded in these objective, non-negotiable laws to which we are forced to believe or forced to enact, right? Which included, of course, an objective moral order, so that we can't deny the justice of the moral order without denying reason itself in that concept. All of that now has become very subjectized and irrational and unmoored from natural understandings. So that the natural family is not an object, I think, firstly, of natural rights so much as it is an object of natural law. We can't not live that way. To begin to step away from living that way is to begin to be toxic to human life and to die as a person or as a culture. And so I think that what's the right word? Antinomialism, I guess, it has taken over in the elite understanding of rights and of culture, certainly in the legal realm and in other realms. In America, as maybe somewhere else, and America is being so good at propagating things, you know, we've now propagated it and have created lots of difficulties.
Thank you. Ačiū. Vėl kreipiuosi į auditoriją. Taip, yra klausimas, prašom.
Questions from the audience.
Thank you for your presentation, Reverend. It was very interesting regarding the children and same-sex households. And I have a question. There were data from the researches from cohabitating and like so-called married gay couples, and where in this research data are civil unions if they appear at the data, like in which group, in cohabitating or in the marriage? And the second question would be if you could describe from your perspective why not only gay marriages but also civil unions or different names which are used all around the world are danger or threat or not good policy. Thank you.
Sure. Of course, in America, we do not have civil unions. We are we think of ourselves as being very religious in America, and it translates into our laws into a civil regulation, affirmation of marriage or nothing. And so couples who are cohabitating without any particular controlling laws. Now that may change. It has changed in a couple of states in the United States. So in the data that I presented from the CDC, they asked very basic questions about a family. It comes from fertility surveys, and so they choose a family at random. They get an informant, someone who's going to report on that family, and then they ask them, for all the persons that live at the address, what is their relationship to one another? And so if they say, well, person one is a romantic partner or a sexual partner of person three, right? Then they will ask, are they married? And they'll say yes or no. If they say yes, then that's a married couple. If they say no, that's a cohabiting couple in the data. If the person one and person three are of different sexes, then that's coded as an opposite sex marriage or cohabitation. If the person one and three are of the same sex, then that's a same sex. So it's a very basic fundamental categorization without any particular judgment or attempt to fit that into a legal framework. And that's what I'm reporting on. Thank you for the question. It's okay with me if it's okay with them.
I mean, sorry, the second question was that how you consider or why you consider as a bad policy the civil unions, not only gay marriages, but around the world are in some countries. That's because I gave also the first question because I was thinking that in some states before Obergefell versus Hodge were civil unions before. So that was why the question. And the second question was why do you consider, based also on Catholic teaching, or Joseph Ratzinger writings, also civil unions are like bad policy because we know in Europe also some countries have these civil unions, not yet gay marriages, and why you consider that policy risky, bad, or so. Thank you.
Okay. I'm assuming that you're asking this question about same-sex relationships. Yeah. Okay. Because I don't know that civil unions is necessarily...
Sorry, but actually you can touch also the civil union of opposite sex because it's in some countries they put the agenda like also same sex and opposite sex can enter these civil unions.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, so in America, a civil union policy for generally for opposite sex persons would not be possible. In most jurisdictions in the United States, they would vote that down. Because, again, we have this ideal of marriage, and it's very strongly embedded into the American self-understanding. You know, we are the most religious, industrialized nation on earth. We are also the most marrying, right? The rate of marriage in the United States is much higher than in any country in Europe. Of course, the rate of divorce in the United States is also much higher. But we have this sort of ideal. In fact, some U.S. states in the South have strengthened the requisites for marrying. They have a kind of advanced marriage that couples could engage in. That provide them certain other benefits. So the movement would be sort of in the other direction. With regard to civil unions for same-sex couples, I don't know that I am that knowledgeable to be able to speak to why that is a good policy or not a good policy, except to say that same-sex couples who are not married tend not to be as toxic for their children as those who do become married. And so, you know, that might argue for, well, I guess we should have civil unions if it's a choice between civil union and marriage. Politics and public policy is often a realm of compromise, where you don't take the ideal, but you take the achievable approximation of that ideal in lots of areas. You know, certainly our public policies with regard to financial benefits for the poor are of that way. We ought to do so much, but we realize we can't get support for that, so we'll do this much. So I think of civil unions as in that category with regard to same-sex couples who are getting married. I don't know that I have a deep-seated opposition to some form of civil regulation of persons who are going to live together in what I would consider to be immoral relationships, but nonetheless should have some sort of legal recourse that would bring their relationship closer into a realm of justice. But others might disagree and think of good reasons not to do that. Thank you for the question.
May I add one point to your question? From legal point of view. Legally, for example, in Lithuania, these progressive forces are promoting civil union project institute. But the problem is that once you put in civil union institute almost all the same features, key principles as of marriage, then if you approve such a civil union institute, then through the court system you can easily apply for marriage then, because content is the same, just names are different. Therefore, from legal point of view, it's a danger to approve such civil union institute, which would be actually mostly the same as marriage institute, with the same key features. Because, from parliamentary legislation and from law perspective, the title is different, but from court system, it might be approved as the same content and equalized with marriage institute. Therefore, it is a little bit dangerous, for civil union.
Ačiū. Prašom. Mikrofoną atneškit, prašau.
Thank you. I was heading to the same point that this kind of salami method is dangerous on this approach, because also the openness of this promoting civil unions, we have seen it in Slovakia, for instance, for years, like only civil unions. Now the same people or same or similar party are promoting marriage. So even civil unions are not enough. Is not enough for them. So and we have these experiences also in Austria case, I think, that Kurds are giving more and more power and privileges to these civil unions. So that's the practical question, that it's very hard to limit it on some stage. Maybe in Hungary you are more successful in limiting on some stage, but still with this European Court of Human Rights and other courts, it's very, very hard to limit it. Thank you.
And it's very interesting statistical point. It is calculated statistically how many years is passing from approval of civil union towards marriage institute. And there is few years, basically statistically few years, it comes to, approval civil union, and then comes marriage approval for same-sex marriage.
Labadiena visiems. Norėčiau visiems iš karto padėkoti atvykusiems.
Hello everybody. First of all, thank you to all the guests. If you came from far away or from neighboring countries for visiting our nice country. My question is the following. Let's imagine we have a full freedom for all actions, and let's imagine it's a unit, and the more we have those puzzle pieces in it, let's say animal rights, minority rights, entertainment, can the rights of everybody be preserved, because it's the same field? Can they be equal? And if we take that natural family that had the freedom of speech and the right to raise their animals in rural area, they had the right to decide on how to raise their children and what direction, that family was fully free. Then in that field of freedoms, we suddenly see sexual minorities, animal rights, climate change, political correctness. So, is it possible to have freedom in general when having this system, the freedom for the same family, which already has these new puzzle pieces in that area or field of freedom, and those puzzle pieces take away certain piece of freedom from the family, and according to the current trends, each new piece of the puzzle takes some freedom from the family, because the field of freedom does not change. I mean, the freedom of action. So that's some food for food. Who would like to answer? I will reply. And Mr. Arvidas, I will just reiterate what I've multiply repeated to our dominant media, even though I've stopped now doing that because it's not an informing media, but the channels of propaganda. because they belittle your opinion or give you 5 opponents that drown your arguments in the sea of the opposing or negative information. But anyway, I believe that my arguments are important. I have listened and I'm grateful to our Hungarian colleague Anna, and I'm grateful for the family policy in Hungary presented by her, and I wish that we had similar policy, because it shows that the government cares of the population, of the continuity of the nation, of the state, so that the nation doesn't die out and become minority in its country. So I wish that it comes to Lithuania. So usually they ask the question, are you not against homosexuals? Why are you so critical about those possible homosexual or civilian partnerships, and why are you so critical about other points? And I answer that as Christians, we're not unfriendly or against other people who have that unnatural attraction to the same sex due to certain inborn aspects or traumas. And both the popes of the Catholic Church and other leaders remind us that we shouldn't belittle or denigrate people thinking differently, or people experiencing other sexual orientations. However, I'd like to go back to the constanta. What is the constant or constanta of upkeeping the society? And it is the union between the man and woman that gives birth to children. And if the humankind, if the society wants to remain, to survive, it should refocus on the constanta, because it is the precondition of its survival. If we as nations, as states, are interested in this, and if we are not interested in this survival, and instead if we focus on animal rights, as you insightfully said, or let's say climate change, that is political, or if we focus to those unnatural sexual needs, then it means we do not take care of us and protect us as the society, as people, and it's a very threatening trend. And we can only learn, and we can only learn that it depends on us, namely the dissemination of the Hungarian Polish experience, namely that the family between man and woman, giving birth to new life, is the basis. Okay, thank you. I could see a question here in the front lines.
I would like to compliment all our contributors. They've all been most interesting and very informative. A question for Reverend Paul, please. You presented some very alarming statistics, but overwhelming evidence in favour of heterosexual marriage. Could you explain the significance or relevance of a same-sex couple choosing to have a child? Is it significant if lesbian women choose boys, or gay men choose girls? Is there some statistical evidence either way? Which is the most positive or most damaging experience, please?
That is a great question. There's not a lot of research on this topic because the numbers involved are so small. You have same-sex couples in the United States. There are an estimated 700,000 of them. And then you have less than a quarter of them that have the care of children at all. and then you boil it down if you have just lesbian couples. So you end up having very small numbers of persons, and it's hard to find them to do research. But I can tell you that a little bit of research has been done. Generally speaking, children actually do better with gay male parents than with lesbian parents, both boys and girls. Generally speaking, if they are with parents of the same sex as themselves, they will tend to do better than if they're with parents that are of the opposite sex as themselves, which you could understand. If you're a girl child and you're being raised by two men and you start to go through puberty, it's hard for either of those men to provide some guidance and understanding with that. That's about all that we know about that. Yeah, it's a great question though.
And additionally, it's very interesting to know whether there is the statistics about the sexual violence.
Yeah.
The difference between heterosexual and same-sex marriage. The couples, let's say, couples.
You mean with each other? Or with their
whether
children?
Sexual violence is bigger in same-sex couples rather than in hetero.
So you're talking about not sexual violence on their children, you're talking about...
On children, children,
okay,
yes.
so
On
sexual molestation, we might say. Yeah. Well, sexual molestation is higher in gay male relationships and higher with boys. So even though a boy would do better, generally speaking, with two male parents, he does face that danger of having some sexual assault, we might say, in that. But the rate of sexual assault is not so high that it's going to, take away some of those other benefits. Yeah, it's not often acknowledged, and it's not a nice thing to talk about. And we should be very careful throwing around numbers without context. But several studies have shown that the rate of sexual abuse for boys that are in the care of homosexual parents is about 4 times as high as in the general population. It's about almost 30%. So that's a concerning number.
Taip, prašom. Labadiena, ačiū. Mano vardas yra Dainas Andraško.
Hello, thank you. I'm Denis Strade. I'm from Hungary. I'm working in the Fundamental Rights Center. I'd like to ask a question and address it to Andrus. What do you think about the Hungarian family policy in Lithuania? Thank you so much. The Hungarian family policy in Lithuania, maybe the significance to Lithuania, for instance. Oh, as we talked. In Lithuanian, please answer in Lithuanian. As we talked when driving, our media provides limited data on Hungarian family policy, on the true situation in Hungary. I would make another step. I would state that the biased and distorted information is provided about it. And if you ask how much we know about it, we know just the very minimum or nearly nothing about it from the public space. Therefore, it is very important to meet those authentic witnesses of it from Hungary and find out good information, good statistics about how the Hungarian family policy affects their society, and the effect is very positive. Twice many marriages and twice less divorce. So this information is just stunning based on Anna's presentation. And if we reach the same results, I believe that many political parties could even sign under these measures. I might be naive in believing that, but the results are so stunning that they are worth attention. And finally, I should say that we need more authentic data from Hungary, from Slovakia, from Czech Republic. Our media is intentionally either not representing that information, not reporting that information, or it provides biased information. For instance, Mr. Orban is constantly being demonized in our media. It's portrayed as a Russian agent. Can you imagine that during Trump term, Lithuania media didn't say any good sentence about what good he's done to America? It portrayed that Mr. Trump did only harm to America. So we are living under a certain censorship regime. It's strange. It differs from the Soviet censorship, because back in the Soviet regime, you knew what the Communist Party believed in, etc., etc., and you could read that reversed the message in a reversed way. And now the public opinion development is very biased, and even my students who are interested in Hungary and America, they say that it's impossible to read even academic books and articles because everything is represented in a very biased way. We need your data. We need to know what the real situation is. Give us the data.
I can see Giedre has a question. As a representative of media, hot portal comment.lt. I am a journalist. I can say that our media, neither Trump nor Orban, are not demonized. In our channel. We didn't have much information about Hungary, but if we have information, we try to disseminate it, to publicize it. YouTube has own rules. Censorship is on very high level. Information from our channel was eliminated. Discussion on family policy issues about traditional family. So it was accepted or treated or perceived as a hate speech. And in Lithuania, we have organized groups in Facebook. Liberals organize these groups in closed groups. I could see I had even print screens on how we should be stopped in order to stop us from spreading this information. So people were asked to report to YouTube to block our channel, to block. So hate speech, no hate speech, people are encouraged to complain. So on the issue about traditional families, we try to publicize in our portal, in our commentaries.lt, and in the newspaper hot comment, where you cannot block information. So here are a few words about the media in Lithuania. Anna, question to you. In Hungary, is it possible in Lithuania, we don't have single-sex marriages, and one-sex couples cannot adopt children in Lithuania. But we have kind of, overcoming the law. One-sex couples, they raise children in Lithuania, but they under the cover of the stepfathers. For example, children are temporarily taken from families, and as foster parents, they raise children. So they cannot adopt them, but you can take care of them. when they are taken to foster care. So they kind of found kind of a gap in our laws. One-sex people, they found a gap in the Lithuanian laws, and so this is kind of a general information for you. Next week in Lithuania, the discussions will be held in Lithuania on one-sex partnership in Lithuania, and according to Jurgita Sejonienė from the Conservative Party, during the NATO summit, which will take place in Lithuania in July, this issue will be raised in Lithuania. This means that we have to clarify all those issues, because NATO will ask this question in July. Officially, several days ago, I applied to NATO. I sent my journalist request to Stoltenberg, and I asked him on how NATO is related to the legalization of one-sex marriage, and on whether this issue will be addressed during the NATO summit in Vilnius in July. And if Lithuania will not adopt this law next week, if there is a threat to Article number 5, will it be not the situation that NATO will not defend us? And the NATO provided an official answer that this is Lithuania's matter. It has nothing to do with NATO, and Article number 5 is not related to the law which will be discussed next week by the Lithuanian politicians. So what about the foster? Do one-sex couples are allowed to take care of children?
So thank you for the question. The thing is that, as I previously mentioned, same-sex marriage is not supported in Hungary. The civil union of them is accepted. You mentioned loopholes about doing some loopholes around the law, which happens in Hungary in a way that if same-sex couples have married abroad of Hungary, under Hungarian legal system, it has to be accepted that they are married abroad. About the thing that they can take care of children in some, the Lithuanian legal system cannot really be converted to the Hungarian one at this point, because our system is different. And there was some big scandal about same-sex couple having the permission of taking care of a child. This was very much magnified by the opposition, which is very unfortunate. But the goal of the Hungarian government is to provide a legal system where situations and examples like this cannot happen, because under our legal system they cannot be the formal or official parents or caretakers of children like this. And about the previous topics that has been mentioned, just thank you very much for the kind comments about Hungarian family policy and about mentioning that you'd need the data. Just for your technical information, we brought the data. We have a brochure because, you know, I could go on for hours and hours about the technicalities and the details about Hungarian family policy, but there is a very good summary, and I can also send you the additional material about it, because I see that there is an interest in it. And another comment about the homosexuality topic, that just as you very well described, the problem is not, there is no fight against homosexuality. We are not going into a battle against it, because it's just a phenomenon that exists. What we do is support families instead of that, because there is no other way we can maintain our population, and because it is completely artificial and unnecessary to be dealing with legal frameworks and legal systems for things that are practically, I have to say, not in the interest of Hungarian people. So it doesn't have support from the majority. Why not deal with things that does have the majority and the interest of the people? So that's why we are focusing on what is important for the Hungarian population. One more thing about it is that about the blockings with the social media accounts. We also have some very sad experiences, contrary to what the media, what the international media says about Hungary and what reaches Lithuania, which is very negative, and but we are used to it. It's a whole European phenomenon that very negative fake news are appearing about Hungary. Lithuania is an extreme situation, but as much as we are called like a dictatorship, the thing is that social media blockings do happen even in our government as well. So that's all about the dictatorship that we might have. Thank you.
Now, as far as I understand, we're out of time, at least today. Tomorrow we will continue our discussions with our dear guests and new speakers. So today I wish you all the best and good impressions in Vilnius, not only in Vilnius, and let's meet tomorrow. See you tomorrow.